A kingdom once changed hands not by conquest, but by a signature. In the late 2nd century BCE, the last ruler of Pergamon wrote a will that handed his entire realm to Rome. How did a small hilltop city become valuable enough to be willed like an estate? And why did Rome accept? This is Attalid Empire, a state born from a guarded treasury on a citadel and shaped by careful choices rather than overwhelming force. Our story begins in the fractured world after Alexander, when new dynasties competed across western Anatolia and the Aegean. It follows Pergamon's rise from local stronghold to recognized kingdom, its cultivation of learning and art, and its calculated partnership with a power that would ultimately absorb it. When Alexander died in Babylon in the summer of 323 BCE, he left behind a vast empire with no adult successor and no single plan for holding it together. What followed was not immediate collapse, but a scramble for legitimacy and territory. Regents and satraps claimed pieces of the whole, and coalitions formed and broke with dizzying speed. In this turbulent landscape, a rocky hill in western Asia Minor, Pergamon, stood like a locked strongbox. It was not yet the capital of a dynasty. It was a fortified treasury whose value grew each time the larger world fractured. Pergamon's setting made it more than a dot on the map. The city rose above the Caicus Valley, within reach of the Aegean coast, yet tucked back from seaborne raids. A ridge and a winding approach afforded defense. Terraces carved into the rock created natural stages for walls and towers. Whoever held Pergamon could store pay for armies and shield that wealth from sudden attack. In the late 4th century BCE, when the costs of war were counted in silver talents and mercenary contracts, a secure hilltop treasury was a strategic asset equal to a city of many thousands. In the first years after Alexander, formal authority rested with a regent who tried to govern in the name of the royal house. On the ground, however, power flowed through satraps, provincial governors, and ambitious generals. Antigonus Monophthalmos took control of much of Asia, uniting strong garrisons with an ability to campaign rapidly. Lysimachus held Thrace and eyed the rich cities of western Asia Minor across the straits. Seleucus, driven east, would regroup and build a power base stretching toward Mesopotamia and beyond. Ptolemy secured Egypt and its fleet. Cassander dominated Macedon and Greece. None could afford to ignore Asia Minor's cities, harbors, and road networks. Each needed revenue, and each needed a dependable place to keep it. This is where Pergamon's character as a satrapal stronghold mattered. In the contest among successor rulers, cities often pledged support under pressure, only to switch sides when fortunes changed. A treasury inside low walls was vulnerable to quick sieges and betrayal. Pergamon was different. Its acropolis commanded the approaches. Access roads forced attackers to move uphill in narrow files. This physical reality turned the city into a banker for whomever controlled the surrounding countryside. First Antigonus, later Lysimachus, and, before long, those who claimed to represent the Seleucid sphere. Every time the political lines redrew, Pergamon remained the safe where paymasters could keep the coin that kept armies in the field. The cause and effect chain is clear. The death of a conqueror produced wars of partition. Wars of partition created a premium on secure wealth. A premium on secure wealth made fortified treasuries decisive. Pergamon's safety and its store of funds made it central to campaigns whose commanders never even set foot there. Its importance grew in proportion to the uncertainty around it. During the years following Alexander's death, Antigonus pressed hard to consolidate Asia. He founded new cities, resettled populations, and managed networks of garrisons. Yet, his reach was never total. Coastal communities had their own interests. Island powers like Rhodes watched the mainland cautiously. Meanwhile, Lysimachus, the Thracian strongman, tested Antigonus from the northwest. The rivalry brought repeated campaigning to western Asia Minor. Armies moved across river valleys and up from ports, and each army needed a regular flow of cash to hire, supply, and reward troops. A fortress like Pergamon served as an anchor for that flow. Even at this early stage, Pergamon was not simply a chest of money. It was a node between local elites and distant rulers. A garrison required provisions from surrounding estates. Temple lands and civic institutions had claims and privileges to negotiate. The men who guarded the treasury had to manage relationships with nearby towns, ensuring roads remained open and merchants felt safe enough to move grain and goods. In this delicate ecosystem, local administrators built practical influence. They learned which alliances in the valley would hold, which landowners could be trusted, and which envoys from rival kings might someday need a neutral meeting place. These skills, quiet, logistic, civic, rarely make headlines, yet they are the foundation on which kingdoms are built. As the century turned, the coalition politics that define the Hellenistic world rapidly intensified. Antigonus and his son Demetrius were powerful but polarizing, and other successors coordinated against them. The ground war of positions in Asia matched a diplomatic war for allies. Here, the wealth stored in citadels funded embassies and propaganda as much as spears. Decrees honoring benefactors appeared in city assemblies. Gifts to sanctuaries signaled patronage, to reward loyalty or to solicit it. Satraps and kings needed ready cash, and they needed the ability to move it without immediate risk. Again, Pergamon's role as a carefully guarded treasury explains its rising profile. In these years, Lysimachus took a particular interest in the safety of his money. His own base in Thrace was strong, but campaigns toward Asia Minor required secure stepping stones. When he began to place more funds and trust in Pergamon, the fortress's command staff graduated from caretakers to strategic partners. Among them was a figure who would matter greatly to the next chapter, Philetaerus, a eunuch of notable administrative skill. At this point, he was not yet an independent actor, but he was already learning the arts of prudence, discretion, and local coalition building. His rise was a product of the situation. Ambitious rulers demanded reliable lieutenants, and reliable lieutenants gained local leverage in the course of protecting their master's wealth. The wars of the successors also altered trade routes and the security of the sea. Piracy increased during lulls in major campaigns, only to be suppressed when fleets needed safe passage. Inland, the flow of caravans could shift from one valley to another depending on which army wintered nearby. Such fluctuations often damaged city economies, yet they could also enrich a place situated like Pergamon. As a provisioning center for the garrison and a waypoint for moving pay, the city drew in artisans, coin changers, and suppliers. A culture of money handling emerged alongside the martial culture of the walls. Experience with contracts, guarantees, and debt would later give Pergamon an edge as it began to sponsor other cities and extend influence through benefactions. It is easy to picture the successors as only warlords, but each also tried to build a story of legitimacy. Coins carried symbols and portraits. Official letters invoked continuity with Alexander's mission. Founding deeds for new polis linked rulers to traditional civic life. A safeguarded treasury played into this narrative. The ability to protect wealth suggested the ability to protect communities, and a ruler who could point to well-kept funds in a fortress could also claim to be a trustworthy guardian of Greek cities in Asia. Pergamon helped its masters make that case. By the last years of the 4th century BCE, pressure on Antigonus mounted. Alliances against him solidified. Lysimachus coordinated with Cassander. Seleucus, having rebuilt in the east, was now a king in his own right. The contest for Asia was heading toward a major showdown. Even before that collision came, the stress on local command structures increased. Garrisons needed to hold fast as armies maneuvered. Supply lines lengthened. Rulers issued orders that sometimes conflicted with local realities. In such moments, experienced fortress commanders developed habits of cautious autonomy. They would interpret directives in ways that protected the treasury first, responding to events rather than risking rash moves. Pergamon's guardians learned to wait, to observe, and to commit only when the outcome seemed clear. This cautious stance had consequences. When a strong fortress sits between equal rivals, it can turn into an arbiter. Letters arrive from both sides, each promising safety, honor, and future rewards. Decision-makers inside the walls must weigh not only the immediate military picture, but also the likely political map after the next battle. A mistaken bet could invite siege or punishment. A well-timed shift could unlock a new status. In the years leading up to the Great Coalition against Antigonus, Pergamon's commanders demonstrated the patience that would later allow them to reposition themselves as independent actors. The geography of Western Asia Minor amplified these choices. The region was a patchwork of Greek polis on the coast, older Anatolian communities inland, and royal estates dotted across fertile valleys. Major roads connected Sardis, Ephesus, and other hubs. Pergamon controlled access to one such artery and monitored the crossroads where coastal influence met inland power. Whoever held Pergamon could threaten or defend lines between the coast and the plateau. This leverage, born of terrain rather than numbers, meant Pergamon could matter far beyond its walls. Religion and tradition also played their part. Sanctuaries in the region, dedicated to deities such as Athena and Asclepios, drew pilgrims and offered a language of continuity across political change. Rulers who made offerings there signaled respect for local customs. A treasury guardian who ensured that sacred processions went forward even during war earned goodwill and legitimacy. In later decades, Pergamon would become famous for monumental art and learned institutions, but even in this earlier period, the city's administrators learned how to use piety and public ritual as stabilizing tools in an unstable world. As the calendar approached the opening years of the 3rd century BCE, coalition forces against Antigonus prepared for a definitive campaign. Lysimachus and Seleucus coordinated movements across Asia Minor. Antigonus faced threats on multiple fronts and summoned allies, including his son Demetrius, to counter them. The decisive clash would come shortly after our period, but the staging for that event shaped Pergamon directly. The fortress's value as a reserve bank and as a guarded waypoint rose to its peak. Decisions made within its walls about which caravans to admit, which envoys to host, and which promises to believe would have consequences measured not just in coins, but in the city's future status. One human thread runs quietly through these years. Men like Philotirus, who held keys to gates and access to vaults, lived with constant pressure. They could not command grand armies. Their job was to ensure that when armies passed by, their city and its treasure remained intact. Success depended on judgment more than glory, placing supplies with the right allies, returning messages quickly, and avoiding provocations that might invite siege. Ancient historians rarely dwell on this kind of administrative stamina, but it is the unsung backbone of the age. Without it, treasuries are plundered, pay lines break, and kingdoms falter. Philotirus enters the record not as a conqueror, but as a guardian trusted with keys and seals. He was born in the Teos region on the southern Black Sea littoral, and rose through service to powerful patrons, eventually becoming the man who managed the fortress treasury at Pergamon under the Thracian ruler Lysimachus. In an age when commanders measured strength by cavalry numbers and siege engines, Philotirus's power looked quiet. It rested on custody of coin, control of access, and a reputation for reliability. Over the next 2 decades, that kind of power would matter more than another column of infantry. The larger political frame changed abruptly after the coalition war that ended the overreach of Antigonus Monophthalmos. In the great settlement after the battle near Ipsus in central Anatolia, Lysimachus gained wide stretches of Western Asia Minor. The new map placed Pergamon squarely within his sphere. For the fortress garrison, this meant fresh orders, new supervisors, and an even heavier flow of funds through the vaults, because Lysimachus now needed to finance campaigns deep into the peninsula and to stabilize newly acquired cities. Philotirus, already skilled at balancing local obligations with royal directives, became indispensable. He moved pay to where it was needed, kept the hilltop calm, and maintained the quiet routines that allow a treasury to function. Then, court politics at Lysimachus's capital shifted the ground beneath him. Lysimachus's heir, Agathocles, was widely expected to succeed, and bonds had formed across the administration in anticipation of that future. But Lysimachus's wife, Arsinoe, saw the succession differently. Ancient sources describe accusations of treason, poisonings, and a mounting atmosphere of suspicion. We need not accept every detail to recognize the pattern. A ruler near the end of his career, a contested household, and senior officers compelled to choose loyalties inside a palace they did not control. The crisis culminated in the execution of Agathocles. That act severed trust beyond the palace walls. Allies wavered, satraps assessed their options, and men like Philetaerus, who had to protect wealth in a fortress far from the court, recalibrated their sense of risk. Cause and effect ran straight through Pergamon's gates. Philetaerus owed his position to Lysimachus, but he also owed safety to the city and its stores. A court willing to eliminate its apparent heir could soon suspect a treasury guardian, especially one whose reputation and networks had grown with each year of service. In such a climate, obedience could become dangerous. A single courier with sealed orders might arrive at Pergamon to replace the command or to confiscate funds. Philetaerus understood that the same careful judgment that kept the vault secure had to be applied to politics. He chose to redirect his allegiance. In the anxious months around the death of Agathocles, Philetaerus opened communication with Seleucus, the veteran ruler who had rebuilt power in the east and now angled toward the Aegean world. The message was simple. Pergamon's treasury would no longer serve Lysimachus. It would be placed at the disposal of Seleucus, provided the fortress and its administrators retained their dignity and local standing. This was not an uprising, and it did not require a battle. It was a contractual shift, executed by the man who controlled the locks and understood the books. That move had its own logic. Seleucus had credibility as a coalition partner in the wars against Antigonus. He had resources and momentum, and he had a strong incentive to accept Philetaerus's terms, because a secure treasury inside his newly contested western territories would make his advance easier and his consolidation cheaper. By aligning Pergamon with the Seleucid camp, Philetaerus traded one vulnerable patron for another whose interest in his reliability was immediate and tangible. The consequences arrived quickly. Lysimachus, already embroiled in conflict with Seleucus, now faced the loss of a key financial node. The war between the two old comrades reached its climax at Corupedium in the interior of Asia Minor. There, Seleucus defeated and killed Lysimachus. With Lysimachus gone, many of his holdings realigned under the victors or asserted local autonomy. Pergamon's choice to shift early earned it breathing room. Philetaerus was not a general on the battlefield, but he had picked the winning side in time to avoid being treated as a spoil of war. Seleucus himself did not long enjoy his victory. Crossing into Europe to press claims in Macedon, he was assassinated by Ptolemy Karaunos. The sudden death of a conqueror, followed by a scramble for succession, was a familiar pattern in the Hellenistic world. For Philetaerus, the effect was again practical. The Seleucid realm remained vast, but its new master, Antiochus I, faced challenges across enormous distances. In such conditions, a trusted fortress governor who kept order, forwarded money when asked, and did not summon attention was valuable precisely because he did not require daily oversight. This is the hinge on which Pergamon's story turns. The city had spent years as a satrapal treasury under distant kings. Under Philetaerus, it became an autonomous principality in all but formal title. He continued to acknowledge Seleucid supremacy. He placed Seleucid names and images on coinage, honoring the hierarchy. Yet within the Acropolis and in the surrounding Caicus Valley, his word determined policy. He invested in the city's security, maintained garrisons, and began to cultivate links with neighboring communities not merely as a paymaster, but as a patron. We can track the change in the kinds of actions he took. Dedications appear in sanctuaries beyond Pergamon's walls. Cities on the coast and inland received gifts, sometimes in cash contributions to public buildings or to the repair of harbors. sometimes in support for festivals and cults. In an age when civic pride and the calendar of public rituals organized the life of communities, these benefactions created genuine ties. They also served a clear strategy. By funding public goods, Philotirus made Pergamon indispensable to its neighbors. A neighbor who relies on your support for its harbor wall is less likely to host your enemies. At the same time, the economic landscape of Western Asia Minor shifted again. New waves of Galatian tribes crossed into the peninsula, disrupting inland routes and extracting tribute. Cities responded in different ways. Some resisted militarily. Others chose to pay for temporary relief. Philotirus appears to have adopted a flexible approach, avoiding needless wars while ensuring that Pergamon itself remained unthreatened. This kind of pragmatism is consistent with his broader profile. A ruler whose first instinct was to preserve assets, invest in relationships, and fight only when calculation demanded it. The administrative side of his rule also deserves attention. Running a fortress city as a semi-independent polity required more than soldiers and silver. It required steady revenue from surrounding lands, fair arbitration of disputes among landowners, and predictable legal processes. The Pergamene administration in these years developed routines that would later scale up when the kingdom expanded, keeping clear accounts, rewarding service, granting privileges to communities that proved loyal, and shaping a regional network in which Pergamon sat at the center as banker, judge, and protector. The outward signs were modest compared to later monumental projects, but the institutional muscle was growing. Philotirus's personal status shaped the politics of succession. He was a eunuch, and thus without direct biological heirs. In some courts, that fact might have limited his authority. In Pergamon, it had the opposite effect. Because he could not found a lineage through sons, local elites and neighboring powers judged him less likely to pursue the kind of dynastic intrigue that had destabilized Lysimachus's household. That perception made alliances easier. It also compelled Philotirus to think concretely about continuity. If Pergamon's stability depended on trustworthy leadership, he would have to designate and train a successor while he still had the strength to manage the transition. The cultural tone of Pergamon also began to shift in his time. While the world-famous library and the Great Altar belonged to later reigns, the habit of using culture to cement legitimacy began under Philotirus. He supported religious institutions, not only to honor tradition, but to weave Pergamon into the religious geography of the region. He positioned the city as a place where embassies could meet under the protection of a recognized deity and where dedications from different communities could sit side by side. That climate of measured piety and visible generosity would later make it natural for the Attalids to compete with Alexandria in the realm of learning. Foreign policy under Philotirus can be summarized in a few deliberate choices. He did not claim the royal title. He did not provoke the Seleucid court. He did not undertake grand conquests or decisive naval expeditions. Instead, he harvested the fruits of prudent defection and subsequent loyalty. He made Pergamon solvent, safe, and useful. He turned a fortress into a service provider for nearby Poleis. He treated coin not only as pay for soldiers, but as a tool to build a coalition of civic gratitude. In short, he invested in resilience rather than spectacle. There were hard edges to this prudence. Security on the Acropolis remained tight. Garrisons were paid on time. Watchposts along the approaches were maintained and rotated. Messengers moved regularly to and from allied communities, carrying updates about bandit movements, Galatian demands, and the intentions of rival satraps. A treasury city cannot afford sentimentality about threats. It needs information, routines, and the willingness to respond quickly when patterns break. The Pergamene habit of administrative vigilance, visible already in this period, would remain a hallmark of the dynasty. A brief human note survives from later traditions about Philotirus's character. He is depicted as cautious, loyal to those who served well, and generous in public, but restrained in private life. Such sketches are often colored by later Attalid propaganda, yet they fit the actions we can document. A man who reordered allegiance to avoid being swallowed by palace intrigue, who then secured his city by building civic friendships, was clearly not governed by impulse. He measured, waited, and acted when the balance favored him. That habit, repeated across years, is what transformed Pergamon's role. The final years of Philetaerus' tenure as de facto ruler marked the consolidation of this new order. Pergamon sat under the nominal overlordship of the Seleucid kings, first Seleucus I in name, and then Antiochus I in practice. Yet the Seleucid court had larger struggles to manage: the defense of the eastern marches, the management of Syria, and constant negotiation with Ptolemaic Egypt. In that context, Pergamon's quiet autonomy was an asset rather than a problem. As long as tribute, respect, and occasional services flowed, the larger empire could live with a trusted banker running a hilltop city in Lydia. Philetaerus had secured Pergamon's safety and autonomy, but a simple question now determined the city's future. How do you pass on power when you have no sons? In many courts, that problem turned into a crisis. In Pergamon, it became an opportunity to design succession as carefully as a fortified wall. The choice was adoption, and through adoption, Philetaerus set the pattern that would guide the Attalid house for decades. Adoption in the Greek world was not merely a family matter. It was a legal mechanism that created continuity of property, cult, and civic standing. In a city where the treasury's health was the core of its identity, the adopted heir would inherit more than coin. He would inherit the relationships that coin had built. Philetaerus selected his nephew Eumenes, a younger relative whose prospects rested on talent rather than birth. The decision signaled a principle: competence and loyalty would govern Pergamon more than bloodline. That message mattered to neighboring communities who had learned to respect Pergamon's steady hand but feared the shocks that often followed a ruler's death. The adoption unfolded alongside a gradual handover of responsibilities. Eumenes learned the machinery of governance not as spectacle, but as routine. He met merchants who supplied the garrison, envoys from coastal polis, and landowners from the Caicus Valley whose estates fed the fortress. He reviewed accounts, watched how contracts secured grain and timber, and absorbed the discipline that kept watchposts manned and pay chests balanced. This apprenticeship ensured that when the moment of transition came, nothing essential would pause. The practice of rule would continue without a drop in tempo. At the same time, Pergamon's external posture remained carefully calibrated. Philetaerus did not announce a new dynasty or push for a royal title. He kept nominal loyalty to the Seleucid kings, who after the assassination of Seleucus had reorganized under Antiochus I. That allegiance appeared on coinage and in the respectful tone of official letters. But within Pergamon's orbit, practical independence deepened. The administration negotiated directly with surrounding communities. It offered small but timely benefactions that solved local problems: a repaired harbor mole here, a contribution to a festival there, grain in a lean season when caravans had been delayed by unrest further inland. Each gift was a thread in a web that linked city councils to Pergamon's goodwill. These years also saw an expansion in the use of sacred space as political language. In a world of contested thrones and shifting alliances, sanctuaries carried authority that no garrison could replicate. Philetaerus placed particular emphasis on Athena, the city's patron on the Acropolis. Dedications in her precinct did more than honor a deity. They declared that Pergamon's leadership protected tradition. Festivals continued without interruption. Visiting embassies marked their presence with offerings under Athena's gaze, receiving a subtle message. Pergamon's guardianship and the city's piety were intertwined. Eumenes learned to read and to use this language because it was how a small power spoke across boundaries without provoking larger kings. Economically, Pergamon refined the systems that made autonomy sustainable. The fortress sat at a crossroads where inland produce met coastal trade, and the administration used that position to stabilize revenue. Rather than squeeze estates with sudden levies, it pursued predictability. Contracts fixed grain deliveries at rates communities could meet. In return, Pergamon offered arbitration in disputes and protection for merchants on the roads climbing toward the Acropolis. When traders believe their goods will arrive intact and their contracts will be enforced, they keep coming back. That confidence, built transaction by transaction, mattered as much as any spectacular windfall. Eumenes' training included these quiet levers of prosperity. The human architecture of power also took shape. Philetaerus promoted capable stewards, paymasters, and officers who understood that their careers depended on steady service rather than courtly intrigue. Rotation of posts prevented local cliques from capturing key offices. Reports moved up the chain at regular intervals, creating an information rhythm that let leaders act before small problems grew. Eumenes watched these habits become norms. He saw that a city is only as strong as the routines that carry it through ordinary days, because those routines are the engine that powers extraordinary responses when crises arrive. Diplomacy in this period demanded patience. The Seleucid court had priorities that stretched from Asia Minor to the eastern satrapies and down into Syria. Pergamon's aim was to remain useful and unthreatening. That meant honoring requests that did not harm core interests and politely delaying those that did. It meant sending gifts at the right moments and compliments in the right words. Sometimes silence served best. At other times, a quick messenger could diffuse suspicion with a demonstration of respect. Eumenes learned the art of reading what a great power truly wanted and what it could safely ignore. The Galatian presence in the interior forced Pergamon to hone its approach to security without overreaching. The newcomers, a confederation of Celtic-speaking groups, extracted tribute and moved unpredictably through Anatolia's highlands. Philetaerus relied on a mix of deterrence and diplomacy. Garrisons near vulnerable passes were reinforced, patrols were made less predictable, and watchfires on the hills were coordinated so that news could travel rapidly. At the same time, no rash campaigns tried to chase raiders deep into terrain where local knowledge mattered more than numbers. The lesson was clear: protect commerce, keep the core safe, and invest in intelligence. Eumenes absorbed the priority order: first the city, then the valley, then the network of allies. Money remained the decisive tool. Pergamon's coinage, while still reflecting Seleucid sovereignty, circulated widely in the region. Reliable weight and fine metal quality encouraged its use, despite the lack of a royal title. With a trusted currency, Pergamon could pay on time, a simple virtue that often distinguished success from failure. Contractors who trust that payment will arrive do better work, and cities that receive promised contributions on schedule become dependable partners. Each fulfilled promise made it easier for Eumenes to deepen ties during his training years. Culturally, the seeds of later Pergamene achievements were planted in modest form. Scholars and artisans found patronage on the hill, not in the scale that would define later reigns, but in ways that shaped the city's self-image. Inscriptions recording decrees and honors multiplied, leaving a civic memory that celebrated benefaction and fidelity. Small workshops produced reliefs and dedications that blended local styles with broader Hellenistic tastes. Even the administrative offices acquired a kind of cultural competence. Scribes who could draft letters in tones that suited Greek polis, Anatolian communities, and royal courts alike. Eumenes grew up in this literate environment, where words were tools of statecraft and records were the bones of policy. The social contract between rulers and ruled deepened as well. Pergamon's leaders did not govern a faceless mass. They dealt with councils and assemblies, priests and guilds, landowners and smallholders. Philetaerus's approach rarely demanded submission. It offered benefits for cooperation. Grants of tax relief rewarded cities that kept roads open and pilgrims safe. Recognition for local magistrates encouraged the behavior Pergamon wanted to see. Such incentives shaped outcomes more smoothly than threats, because they aligned local pride with regional order. Eumenes learned to view honor not as decoration, but as policy. Succession planning widened beyond the adoption itself. Philetaerus ensured that Eumenes had the legitimacy to act from day one by weaving him into the network of personal obligations that defined Pergamene power. He introduced him to priests who managed sacred calendars, to shipowners whose vessels brought timber and pitch to the coast, to magistrates whose votes could redirect a city's festival funds toward repairs Pergamon thought necessary. When Eumenes later issued instructions, they would come not from a stranger, but from a familiar partner. This groundwork immunized Pergamon against the paralysis that often follows a ruler's death. One quiet innovation of these years was the habit of making written agreements publicly visible. When Pergamon granted a favor or accepted one, the terms were inscribed and displayed. Transparency reduced rumor and made promises harder to ignore. It also created precedents that later officials could follow. In a period when many states relied on personal relationships, Pergamon invested in institutional memory. Eumenes embraced this practice because it protected him as much as it bound others. A ruler who keeps orderly records can show that he has dealt fairly, and fairness becomes a source of strength. Externally, Pergamon continued to steer between larger powers on the coast and inland rivals. The maritime cities of the Aeolian shore appreciated Pergamon's consistency, especially when their own politics turned turbulent. Inland, the city's position as banker and mediator put it in regular contact with communities trying to navigate Galatian pressure and intercity disputes. Pergamon rarely imposed terms by force. It made itself the most convenient solution. Convenience is an underrated force in history. When a problem can be solved in a predictable office with a predictable clerk and a predictable outcome, people return to that office again and again. Eumenes trained inside that office. The moral tone of leadership mattered, and Pergamon cultivated one suited to its scale. Philetaerus did not encourage the kind of rhetoric that announces cosmic destiny. He cultivated trust. Stories circulated of measured responses to provocations and of fairness in arbitration. Whether every detail is true matters less than the pattern, a reputation for steadiness that preceded Pergamene envoys wherever they went. Eumenes understood that this reputation was an asset to be guarded. A single rash decision could squander years of patient work. As Philetaerus aged, the city's preparations for the transfer of authority became more visible. Ceremonies subtly shifted to include Eumenes in leading roles. Official correspondence bore his name alongside the elder statesman's title. Officers who would report directly to him after the transition were placed in posts where they could form working relationships with their future chief. Nothing dramatic announced the change, yet everyone who needed to know could read the signs. The point was not to surprise, but to reassure. Eumenes I inherited more than a fortress and a balance sheet. He inherited a method: protect wealth, reward cooperation, and keep bigger powers at arm's length without provoking them. His achievement was to turn that method from cautious autonomy into declared independence, and to do it without pretending to be something Pergamon was not. He did not claim the royal title. He did not announce a world-changing mission. He made a cleaner, bolder move. He severed practical dependence on the Seleucid court and put Pergamon's name on its own future. The first sign came through money, because in the Hellenistic world coinage was a spoken language. Under Philetaerus, the fortress had struck coins that honored Seleucid authority. Under Eumenes, new issues placed the image and name of Philetaerus at the center, as if saying that Pergamon's founding guardian was the source of legitimacy. That choice carried a double meaning. It kept faith with the city's memory, and it quietly removed Seleucid claims from daily exchange. Every market stall that handled those coins rehearsed the new truth. Pergamon's prosperity flowed from Pergamon's house. This monetary pivot did not happen in a vacuum. Eumenes watched the Seleucid realm wrestle with pressures on several fronts. In the west, Ptolemaic Egypt worked to pull coastal cities and islands into its orbit. In the east, satrapal governors demanded attention and resources. Kings who must defend many borders struggled to enforce distant will. Eumenes recognized the window that such distraction opened. Independence would not be granted by decree. It had to be exercised and then made routine. He began by tightening administrative discipline at home and by extending protection to communities whose confidence would turn Pergamon from a fortress into a small state. Diplomacy shaped the next steps. Eumenes cultivated understanding with Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Egyptian ruler who valued any counterweight to Seleucid influence in Asia Minor. The connection did not require a formal treaty carved in marble. It required timely courtesies, supportive whispers among island allies, and the occasional gift that signaled alignment without binding the city to adventures at sea. The point was not to switch masters, but to ensure that if the Seleucid court pressed too hard, Pergamon would not stand alone. On land, Eumenes tested the edges of Seleucid control with movements that were small on the map but large in effect. Garrisons loyal to Pergamon appeared in places that guarded roads from the Caicus Valley toward the older Lydian centers. Communities that had once sent taxes to a satrap now found it useful to send them to Pergamon because contracts were honored, judgments were predictable, and caravans moved safely. Each such conversion shaved a little more practical power from the Seleucid ledger and added it to Pergamon's. The critical moment came in a campaign where calculation met courage. Antiochus I, the Seleucid king whose attention had been stretched for years, led forces into Lydia to reassert control near Sardis. Eumenes marched to meet him. The details of the battle are sparse in the surviving record, but the outcome is not in doubt. Eumenes defeated a royal army near Sardis and forced a re-evaluation of what was possible on the western edge of the Seleucid world. It was not a world-shaking slaughter or a conquest of the city itself. Its power lay in the message it sent. A hill country principality armed by its own revenues and led by a man who had learned statecraft in the counting rooms of a treasury could beat a king in his own neighborhood. Cause and effect followed in a straight line. Victory granted leverage. With leverage, Eumenes secured acknowledgement of Pergamon's independence from Seleucid administrators who had no appetite for another costly attempt. Nor did Eumenes overplay his hand. He did not parade as a liberator of Asia. He consolidated. He absorbed nearby territories whose taxes and militias fit naturally into Pergamene supervision. Places like Aigai and the Teuthranian hill country, often caught between larger neighbors, found the Pergamene order attractive precisely because it promised stability more than glory. At home, the victory near Sardis allowed Eumenes to shift Pergamon's identity from a caretaker city to a capital. He strengthened the Acropolis not only with walls but with institutions. Offices once oriented to a satrapal superior were repurposed for a sovereign court. Scribes codified procedures, treasurers formalized audits, and magistrates learned to speak for Pergamon rather than argue on its behalf to others. The legal habit of publishing agreements, inscriptions that displayed terms openly, expanded. This transparency reinforced trust at the moment when neighbors needed reassurance that new rulers would keep their word. Eumenes also understood that a state needs a past that explains its present. He founded a cult for Philotirus, honoring him as a benefactor worthy of ritual remembrance. This was not extravagant hero worship. It was political education. The message to citizens and allies was that Pergamon's legitimacy came from service, prudence, and generosity, embodied in the man who had chosen adoption over intrigue. The annual rhythms of sacrifice and procession kept that lesson in motion. At the same time, Eumenes improved the sanctuary of Athena on the Acropolis, folding religious piety and civic pride into a single skyline that told visitors what kind of city they were entering. Economically, independence demanded predictable revenue beyond the silver already in the vaults. Eumenes broadened the base. He secured rights to timber in upland forests, a resource as strategic as coin because it fed shipyards and siege engines across the region. He supported vintners and olive growers with rules that protected shipments from extortion, knowing that a surplus in the countryside becomes a surplus in the treasury only when it can move without being stolen. He maintained and extended roads, posting soldiers where merchants feared ambush. In return, markets flowed toward Pergamon, and the city's coinage circulated further, carrying its new identity with it. The presence of Galatian groups in the interior continued to complicate strategy, but under Eumenes, the objective was not to make a name as a Galatian slayer. It was to make incursions unprofitable near Pergamon's core. Scouts watched passes. Local communities were trained to signal danger by beacon. When necessary, limited expeditions pushed raiders back with enough force to set a price for aggression, then returned swiftly rather than attempt punishing pursuits. Through such measured defense, Eumenes kept the focus on state-building rather than on campaigns that burn resources without changing the political map. Foreign relations widened as news of Pergamon's self-assertion spread. Cities on the Aeolian and Ionian coasts, always quick to honor benefactors who could guarantee trade, sent embassies to request arbitration or to seek contributions for civic projects. Eumenes was generous where generosity could bind loyalties. He avoided obligations that might drag Pergamon into naval wars it did not need. Honorary decrees recorded in those cities praise him as a friend to civic freedom and a steady ally against disorder. Every such inscription was both thank-you note and advertisement, telling others where to turn when they needed a fair banker with soldiers behind him. Within the court, Eumenes shielded the succession principle that had brought him to power. He did not abruptly create a royal line. He preserved the practice of choosing for ability within the house and of preparing the next leader by embedding him in the city's partnerships. He brought his relative Attalid into responsibility in a way that echoed his own training, giving him tasks that touched diplomacy, logistics, and local governance. The point was continuity without complacency, a next ruler who knew people by name and could continue policies from day one. Culture followed prosperity, but in Pergamon, it always spoke the language of service. Workshops on the Acropolis produced dedications and reliefs that honored gods and benefactors rather than immortalizing the ruler in isolation. Poets and scholars began to visit, drawn by a court that paid on time and asked for work that would be seen by citizens and pilgrims. Even in these early decades, a taste for crafted rhetoric and learned display appeared, setting the tone for the richer cultural flowering to come. Yet Eumenes resisted the temptation to spend for spectacle. The city's public face grew in step with its administrative capacity, so that the image of Pergamon matched the reality behind its doors. The transformation had a legal face as well. Eumenes supervised the drafting of charters with allied communities that specified mutual duties, protection of roads, prosecution of bandits, respect for sacred property, and the handling of commercial disputes. These agreements often granted privileges to cities that met their obligations, such as reduced levies or guaranteed access to certain markets. In turn, those cities pledged timely deliveries of supplies and cooperation with Pergamene officers. Put simply, Eumenes turned neighbors into partners by making law a shared project. A few carefully chosen urban projects beyond Pergamon extended influence without overextension. Strategic settlements along river crossings received funds for walls or for repairing their agoras. In some cases, Pergamon colonists, merchants and craftsmen rather than masses of soldiers, were encouraged to settle, bringing with them the habits of record-keeping and orderly markets that marked the home city. These seeds anchored the network on which later expansion would depend. Meanwhile, the Seleucid court weighed its options. Antiochus I had other fires to manage. When Antiochus II succeeded, his own priorities lay with the long Ptolemaic rivalry and the fractious politics of the Levant. Asia Minor's western uplands, armed and well-organized under Eumenes, were not the place to spend scarce attention. Restraint by the great kings gave Eumenes time to make his independence a fact no one bothered to dispute. In international politics, what persists becomes normal. By the time anyone looked again, Pergamon's autonomy had matured into sovereignty in all but title. Attalid I began with an inheritance of order. Eumenes had secured independence in practice, built reliable institutions, and prepared a successor who knew people and procedures by name. What Attalid added was nerve. Where his predecessor preferred limited risks, Attalid chose moments to stake Pergamon's reputation on battlefield results. His first and most defining tests came against the Galatian coalitions that roamed the Anatolian interior. From those victories flowed a new title, a new public image, and a new scale of ambition. The Galatians were not a single kingdom, but a set of tribal groupings who had crossed into the peninsula generations earlier. They settled in central highlands and moved outward seasonally, negotiating tribute or demanding it, sometimes serving as mercenaries for rival kings, sometimes enforcing their own claims. City elders across Western Asia Minor had learned to budget for payments that bought temporary safety. Attalid judged that this pattern kept communities weak and left Pergamon one accident away from a raid that could frighten the countryside and drain resources. He resolved to change the price of Galatian pressure. The choice to confront was not made lightly. A war of annihilation was never realistic. The terrain favored the Galatians, and they could scatter faster than any pursuing force. Attalid needed victories that shifted expectations rather than occupation that drained Pergamon's strength. He waited for the right alignment of circumstances, firm control at home, sufficient reserves, and a chance to meet one Galatian coalition in ground that favored disciplined troops over shock. The first major engagement that set his course took place along the approaches of the Caicus Valley, where hills and river flats offered both maneuver and containment. Attalid employed a mix of phalanx infantry, light troops, and cavalry that knew the local ridges. He treated the phalanx as an anchor and used the mobility of lighter units to harass and channel the enemy into narrower spaces. The aim was not to chase, but to force a stand where Pergamene discipline would tell. When the moment came, the line held and then advanced. The Galatian charge, fearsome in open ground, lost momentum on broken terrain under javelin fire. Attalid pressed and the coalition broke. This kind of battlefield narrative matters because it explains policy. A single successful defense does not alter the region. A clear offensive victory, achieved in conditions that can be repeated, sends a message to cities and tribal leaders alike. Word moved quickly. Communities that had resigned themselves to tribute realized that a new option had appeared. Raiding chiefs recalculated risk. Attalid turned immediately to convert shock into structure. He announced that Pergamon would defend those who stood with it, and would expect, in return, cooperation on roads, supply depots, and intelligence. He did not claim to shield all Asia. He demanded that the area under Pergamene protection become a zone where tribute ceased and lawful traffic resumed. A second clash reinforced the lesson. This time the Galatians tested Pergamon's perimeter from a different direction, probing through upland routes thought to be less closely watched. Attalid had anticipated the move. Beacon lines along the hills transmitted warnings, and mobile detachments delayed the advance until heavier troops arrived. Again he avoided a chase through endless ridges. Again he chose ground and forced a decision. The result was another setback for the raiders, this one notable for captured standards and chiefs who were compelled to negotiate under Pergamene terms. These wins gave Attalid more than security. They gave him a claim to a new style of legitimacy. In the Hellenistic world, kingship often rested on victory over enemies that threatened the civilized order. When rulers called themselves savior, they signaled that their power protected cities, fields, and sanctuaries from forces that disrupted law. After these campaigns, Attalid accepted public honors that carried that meaning. He allowed himself to be hailed as savior, and, crucially, he took the royal title. The step did not transform daily governance overnight, but it changed how allies and rivals understood Pergamon. A banker state had become a kingdom. Taking the crown was a statement outward and inward. Outward, it told neighbors that Pergamon would act with the authority of a state that did not need to ask permission to make war and peace. Inward, it created a focus for loyalty that went beyond offices and routines. Soldiers fought for Pergamon, and now they also fought for a king whose person symbolized the commitments they had sworn to uphold. Civic rituals adjusted. Processions included royal cult elements that honored the living ruler in a language that linked victory, piety, and prosperity. Attalid moved quickly to ensure that material support matched royal claims. He reorganized the military levy to make sure that contingents from allied towns would arrive equipped and trained to a minimum standard. He invested in a modest but effective siege train, not to seek distant conquests, but to make it impossible for small strongholds to hold out and threaten supply lines. He also strengthened cavalry, knowing that mobility was the one answer to the Galatians' habit of attacking unexpected places and withdrawing at speed. These reforms had a common logic. Keep the core protected, keep allies confident, and keep opponents unsure where Pergamon would appear next. Diplomatically, the new title opened doors. Cities that had been cautious now had a reason to celebrate a benefactor whose status matched his deeds. Honorary decrees multiplied, and with them came practical agreements, privileges for Pergamene traders, recognition of safe conducts, and arrangements for joint patrols on vulnerable roads. Island states with keen interests in mainland stability, such as Rhodes, appreciated the check on inland turbulence and the prospect of quiet harbors. Attalid reciprocated with gifts and with neutrality in quarrels that did not touch Pergamon's lifelines. He positioned himself as dependable without becoming anyone's subordinate. The Seleucid world took note. Kings who had grown used to thinking of Pergamon as an autonomous outpost now faced a neighbor who called himself king and who had earned genuine prestige among Greek polis. Antiochus II, wrestling with his own rivalries, refrained from direct confrontation. The calculus was straightforward. To suppress Pergamon would require a campaign in terrain that had already punished royal armies. To leave it alone risked the growth of a stable, fortified, and newly crowned power on the western edge. Attalid made that choice easier by avoiding provocations beyond his defensive perimeter while steadily courting goodwill where Seleucid influence had thinned. Within the kingdom, the victories against the Galatians demanded a narrative that ordinary citizens could understand and repeat. Attalid did not invent stories. He commissioned public art and inscriptions that recorded the facts. Pergamon had stood firm, Pergamon had won, and Pergamon now protected. He made sure that civic spaces carried reminders of the achievement in forms that spoke to shared values. Reliefs showed disciplined ranks pushing back wild force, not to demean the enemy as monsters, but to present a clear contrast between order and disruption. Citizens could point to these images and say, "That is why our markets are open and our festivals safe." Religious policy moved in step. Sanctuaries that had suffered during years of extorted payments received aid. Temple treasures that had been under threat were secured with Pergamene guards during seasons when raids were common. Priests who managed the calendars of processions and games found that royal support arrived on time. The effect was compounding. Piety and protection intertwined. When sacred spaces are safe, communities feel that the gods approve of the rulers, and that feeling becomes a political fact. Attalid also understood the power of law to make victory stick. He oversaw new compacts with towns in the Caicus and Hermus regions that set out obligations in writing, which roads each city would patrol, how quickly beacon fires must be answered, what penalties applied to officials who diverted military supplies, and what tax reductions rewarded communities that kept standards. By inscribing these terms, he turned a moment of enthusiasm into a framework that would survive beyond the memory of a campaign. None of this meant that the Galatian threat vanished. It transformed. Chiefs who had counted on fear now faced a price for aggression that they had not budgeted for. Some sought service as allies of larger powers against their own rivals. Attalid was careful in accepting such offers. He took advantage when it suited Pergamon's interest to see one coalition weakened, but he avoided dependence on the very groups that had destabilized the interior. His policy was to keep initiative. He wanted the power to decide when and where to engage, not the obligation to answer calls that drew Pergamon into quarrels without gain. The crown also made foreign kings recalibrate their approach to Pergamon. Invitations to conferences and alliances arrived with different language. Attalid could now speak as a peer, even if his territory was smaller than those of old imperial houses. This mattered when disputes among the larger powers offered openings. When island leagues debated strategies, Pergamon's voice carried weight because it came from a state that had proved its capacity to defend and to pay. Such standing would later draw Attalus into wider Aegean affairs, but for now, it underwrote a policy of selective engagement. At home, the king invested in the social fabric that had supported the army. Veterans received land plots that tied their fortunes to the stability they had helped create. Workshops that supplied armor and weapons won steady orders, allowing them to train apprentices and improve craft. Market inspectors kept standards tight so that merchants trusted weights and measures. These practical measures translate easily into historical causality. A reliable economy funds the garrison. A contented garrison secures the roads. Secure roads grow the economy. Attalus nurtured that cycle with attention that rulers sometimes neglect after dramatic wins. Culturally, a change in tone accompanied the new status. Pergamon began to celebrate itself as a guardian of Greek civic life in Asia. This was not a claim to universality. It was a claim to responsibility where its reach extended. Orators at festivals praised the king in terms that emphasized moderation, justice, and courage. Scholars and artists sensed that Pergamon offered calm patronage, a place where work could proceed without court whirlwinds. Though the full flowering belonged to later years, the first shoots appeared under Attalus because the city had something to say and the means to say it. Attalus also kept an eye on succession, because a new crown invites old dangers if the line is insecure. He strengthened bonds with trusted relatives, teaching them the same patience and attention to method that had marked Pergamon's rise. He did not rely only on blood. He maintained the habit of elevating proven administrators and commanders so that the kingdom's brain would not shrink to a court faction. The adoption model that had once solved a biological problem now matured into a principle of governance. Choose for capability, prepare through service, and announce changes in ways that reassure allies. Attalus I had done what many city leaders failed to do. He turned security into standing. Yet standing fades if it is not taught, seen, and repeated. In the Hellenistic world, memory did not rely only on chronicles. It was built in stone and bronze, set in sanctuaries, and staged in city festivals. During the later years of Attalus's early reign, Pergamon learned to speak in that language. The result was a program of monuments and images that fixed recent victories into a durable story about who the Attalids were, what they defended, and why their allies should trust them. The logic began with a simple cause and effect. Military success had broken the habit of paying tribute to inland raiders and had earned Attalus the royal title. But allies across the Aegean and in Asia Minor's coastal cities needed more than reports of battles. They needed symbols that connected Pergamon to shared Greek memories and values. Attalus answered by commissioning victory monuments that placed his successes alongside the great canonical struggles of the Greek world. In doing so, he turned Pergamon from an efficient problem solver into a moral actor within a tradition. One stream of this policy ran through the Acropolis of Pergamon itself. In the sanctuary of Athena, the city's patron, Attalus set up bronze groups that portrayed combats in vivid detail. Among them were figures of Galatian warriors, struck with realism that surprised viewers accustomed to idealized athletes. These warriors wore distinctive neck rings and carried oblong shields. Their hair was rendered in unruly tufts. Some were shown fallen, others in the shock of defeat. The choice to portray the enemy with care, even dignity, did two things at once. It magnified Pergamon's achievement by showing that the foe had been strong, and it taught citizens that victory over chaos belonged within a civilized frame of meaning, not in cruelty. This Pergamene realism would become a hallmark of the city's workshops. Scholars later called it a Baroque style for its intense emotion and dynamic forms, but for contemporaries it read as immediacy and truthfulness. Muscles strain, wounds gape, faces show pain or resolve. Such art translated battle's noise into a silent argument. Pergamon stands for order, and order must face real suffering to hold. Attalus was not composing a lament. He was composing persuasion, telling viewers that the kingdom's authority rested on hard-won protection of cities and sanctuaries. A second stream of messaging left Asia Minor entirely and crossed the sea. Attalid made dedications in the great sanctuaries of mainland Greece, most famously on the Athenian Acropolis. There, statue groups linked his own victories to the classic struggles that defined Greek self-understanding: gods against giants, Greeks against Amazons, Greeks against Persians, and, newly, Attalids against Galatians. The placement mattered. By setting Pergamon's story within Athens's sacred landscape, Attalid invited Athenians and other visitors to see him as heir to a shared civic narrative. He was not claiming equality with the heroes of old. He was arguing resonance. Disorder threatens, lawful communities respond. A defender emerges who fights with discipline and piety. Diplomatic results followed. Honors flowed from cities that valued not just Attalid's soldiers and coin, but the public language he used to describe why Pergamon fought. Decrees inscribed on stone praised him as a protector of freedom and a benefactor of sanctuaries. In these texts, Attalid appears within a genealogy of Greek defenders, a place of esteem that no single battle could have guaranteed. The monuments had done more than decorate; they had curated a reputation. Inside Pergamon, the program touched daily life. Processions moved through spaces framed by new statuary. Children growing up in the city learned the cast of figures as part of their visual vocabulary. Athena serene and armed, giants writhing under divine order, Galatians brave but defeated, citizens assembled near altars bearing thanks. The cityscape turned ethics into architecture. It told residents that their taxes and service did not vanish into a void. They became stone that taught and bronze that remembered. Coinage joined sculpture and inscription as a third voice. Pergamene coins in this period broadcast identity with images that reinforced the sanctuary's messages. Athena appeared with the calm of a guardian. Nike signaled victory. Ancestral references gestured toward the mythic figure of Telephus, a local hero with links to Heracles that later Attalids would emphasize even more strongly. Coins traveled where monuments could not, carrying Pergamon's story into market stalls and pay chests across the Aegean. A farmer in a coastal town who had never seen the Acropolis might still handle a coin that told him who kept the roads safe. The choice to invest in art was not vanity. It was strategy aligned with immediate needs. Attalid sought reliable partners against larger rivals and against the persistent turbulence of the interior. Art allowed him to promise stability in a language others recognized. When an Athenian magistrate stood beneath a Pergamene dedication that paired new victories with old, he did not see a local strongman. He saw a participant in a familiar moral frame. That perception made later appeals for cooperation more persuasive and less threatening. The workshops that produced these monuments became schools of statecraft in their own right. Sculptors learned to balance realism with ideal form, a tension that mapped onto Pergamon's political challenge of joining practical governance with high Greek culture. Artisans coordinated large groups, matched figures across multiple scenes, and adapted to varied settings, from the windy heights of the Acropolis to the dignified precincts of mainland sanctuaries. Administrators tracked costs, timetables, and transport. A kingdom that can plan and deliver complex artistic programs is also a kingdom that can build roads, levy troops, and keep promises. This period also saw the early development of a visual narrative that would later be monumentalized on an unprecedented scale: the myth of Telephus as a charter story for Pergamon. In brief, Telephus, son of Heracles and a local princess, was a culture hero linked to the land of Mysia. By adopting Telephus as a forebear, the Attalids rooted themselves in both pan-Hellenic myth and regional identity. Early images and references began to prepare audiences for a future in which Telephus would become the subject of extensive reliefs. Even at this stage, the choice signaled a careful blend of universality and locality. Pergamon was Greek in its values and art, and Pergamon was also of Asia Minor, rightful steward of its own landscape and history. Religious policy meshed closely with these artistic choices. Attalid ensured that sanctuaries in and around Pergamon received both attention and protection. Festivals were funded to their full measure, with processional routes kept clear and safe. Priests could rely on predictable support. This was not only piety, it was political prudence. Sanctuaries were hubs of travel and communication. Pilgrims carried stories home. When they saw statues that made sense of recent wars and temples that flourished under Pergamene care, they became unwitting ambassadors of the Attalid brand. Because realism demanded knowledge, the depiction of Galatians drew on close observation. The decision to present the enemy with accurate weapons, hair, and dress created a paradoxical effect. Viewers felt both superiority and respect. The fallen enemy looked human, not caricatured. That humane detail mattered. It implied that Pergamon's authority rested not on hatred, but on the defense of a way of life that even a worthy foe could not overturn. Such nuance created a political climate in which mercy could be extended to defeated groups without undermining the moral of the story. Beyond sculpture and coin, architecture reshaped the Acropolis into a coherent stage. Colonnades guided movement, terraces framed views, stairways choreographed how visitors approached images and altars. The spatial sequence taught as much as the statues did. One might emerge from a shaded stoa into sudden sunlight and face a group representing divine order triumphing over chaos. A turn further on might reveal the Galatian monument with its intense pathos. The journey became a lesson: calm purpose, costly struggle, restored order. Urban design thus turned ideology into a walk. Diplomatic audiences often began or ended within these settings. When envoys from island leagues or mainland cities visited, they were led through the sanctuary before or after formal talks. They saw the argument in bronze before they heard it in words. Many brought inscriptions of their own to set up in thanks for gifts or judgments. The Acropolis became a shared record of reciprocal promises, a gallery of mutual obligations. Attalid's staff understood the value of this public archive. They placed new stones where they would be seen by future delegations, embedding today's agreements in tomorrow's memories. The artistic program also had an internal educational mission. Young officers were expected to visit the monuments and to understand the narratives they taught. The message was straightforward. You serve a kingdom that defends civic life. You fight to keep sanctuaries full and markets open. You honor the enemy by defeating him cleanly. This kind of training shaped behavior. Commanders who believed that they represented order were more likely to enforce discipline, respect sacred property, and treat allied communities as partners. Attalid managed resources to support this cultural expansion without starving other priorities. The military kept pace with artistic spending. Roads remained patrolled, supplies reached garrisons on time. The treasury funded both the sword and the story because the ruler saw them as two halves of the same task. The result was an integrated state message. Pergamon can fight, and Pergamon can also explain why it fights in terms that make allies proud to join. It is worth noting how these choices distinguished Pergamon from some rivals. Other courts favored sheer scale or palace luxury as the measure of greatness. Pergamon's greatness was communicative. Monuments did not merely amaze, they clarified. The viewer came away knowing what had happened: victory over disruptive forces, and why it mattered: protection of civic order under divine favor. The clarity attracted allies who wanted stability more than spectacle. In this same period, literary culture in Pergamon began to gather momentum, though its full flourishing belonged to the next generation. Grammarians and poets found the city welcoming. Inscriptions grew more sophisticated, and public rhetoric increasingly drew on classical allusions shaped to local conditions. The sculptural narrative thus gained a verbal counterpart in decrees and honorary speeches that travelers carried home. Together, word and image formed a loop that reinforced identity. The long-term consequence of these years was a shift in how others made sense of Attalid power. The kingdom ceased to be defined only by its capacity to mobilize troops or to broker deals. It became a place where meaning was manufactured with care and consistency. That seemed a luxury until it proved to be leverage. When larger powers looked for partners to stabilize the Aegean, they sought states that could deliver both protection and legitimacy. Pergamon's monuments had been rehearsals for that role. Attalid I had secured Pergamon's borders and shaped a public story that allies could trust. The next challenge lay across the water. Power in the Greek world did not flow only along valleys and roads. It moved with the winds of the Aegean. Macedon, under Philip V, sought to knit mainland leagues and island positions into a sphere of influence. Coastal cities and maritime powers, especially Rhodes, guarded their shipping lanes and commercial rights with jealous care. In this setting, Pergamon needed to transform itself from a firm inland state into a flexible Aegean actor. The task demanded coalitions, ships, and the willingness to enter wars that did not begin at Pergamon's gates but would end at Pergamon's doorstep if left unattended. The first step was diplomatic. Attalid began to cultivate relationships with leagues that already balanced Macedon's reach. The Attalian League, a federation of central Greek communities with a tradition of aggressive campaigning and sharp politics, was a natural partner for any power that wished to check Macedon on land. Rhodes, wealthy and skilled at sea, was indispensable for any serious policy in the islands. Pergamon had coin, discipline, and credibility as a protector. What it lacked in ships and naval experience it could acquire through cooperation and careful investment. Attalid approached these partners not as a supplicant, but as a contributor who could make decisive payments and place disciplined troops where they mattered. Cause and effect favored this outreach. Macedon's energies under Philip V were rising. He inherited a kingdom that had recovered much of its strength after earlier defeats and that possessed excellent commanders and well-drilled phalanxes. If Macedon secured friendly harbors and influence in the islands, the western coast of Asia Minor would feel pressure in trade and in security. Pergamon's rivers fed into harbors that handled grain, timber, and manufactured goods bound for markets across the sea. A Macedonian squeeze on those routes would hurt Pergamon's revenue and the livelihoods of its allies. Attalid therefore chose to act while choices were still wide. Concrete steps followed. Pergamon began funding shipbuilding and hiring experienced mariners from allied ports. It deepened ties with Rhodes by supporting their claims against pirates and against any state that sheltered them. The Rhodians prized lawful seas. Attalid prized lawful roads. The logic of mutual aid was obvious. In central Greece, Attalid sent envoys who spoke plainly. Pergamon would finance and fight as part of a coalition to balance Philip, but it would not command leagues or dictate policies in lands where local assemblies must be persuaded, not coerced. This modesty played well. Greek communities suspicious of large kings accepted Pergamon's help more readily than they would have accepted a claim to leadership. As tensions sharpened, events in the Adriatic pushed Rome into the same conversation. The Western Republic had already clashed with Philip V's ambitions in the aftermath of Hannibal's early successes. While Rome's presence in the Aegean was hesitant at first, Attalid sensed that Roman interest would only grow, and he did not wait for a formal invitation to consider what a partnership might yield. He understood the arithmetic of coalition warfare. A power with deep manpower reserves and a habit of seeing wars through to the end was a partner worth cultivating, even if its ways were unfamiliar to Greek politics. The First Macedonian War began amid this tightening web of interests. The Aetolians, eager for advantage against Macedon, concluded a treaty with Rome. Pergamon soon joined the alignment, bringing coin, troops, and, increasingly, ships. Rhodes cooperated where its commercial goals overlapped with the coalition's strategic aims. The shape of the war reflected the strengths and limits of each partner. Rome, busy in the west, fought mainly through allied forces and limited expeditions. Aetolian contingents targeted Macedonian allies on the mainland. Pergamon and Rhodes worked the seas and littorals, trying to keep the islands from falling under Philip's grip and to threaten Macedonian communications wherever openings appeared. For Attalid, this was a new kind of campaign. He was no longer protecting a tight perimeter in familiar hills. He was coordinating operations with partners who had their own calendars, rivalries, and priorities. Mistiming could squander strength. Well-timed arrivals could change a theater. He chose a base that balanced ambition and safety. Aegina, the island close to Athens, became an anchorage and a listening post. From there, Pergamene ships could move toward the Saronic Gulf, watch Macedonian movements, and meet envoys from mainland cities without being exposed to sudden attack. The island also served as a stage for diplomacy. Honors granted by local assemblies turned into signals visible across the Greek world. Pergamon was present, generous, and accepted as a friend among Greeks far from Asia. Operations in these years mixed raids, sieges, and naval maneuvers. Pergamon did not field fleets to confront Macedon in set-piece sea battles without strong partners at its side. Instead, it sought to deny Philip the secure use of harbors and to pry allies away through a combination of pressure and promises. Attalid proved quick to grasp the tempo of island warfare. He funded small squadrons that could appear suddenly at a coastal town, support a friendly faction, and withdraw before Macedonian reinforcements could pin them down. When Rhodes joined in, their seaborne expertise ensured that supply lines stayed open and that communication among allies flowed despite the enemy's efforts to intercept. The politics of mainland Greece interwove with these operations. Athens, nervous under Macedonian intimidation, found Pergamon a useful counterweight. Attalid sent gifts that signaled respect for Athenian traditions and helped finance sacred festivals, whose continuity was a point of pride. In return, Athenians passed decrees that honored Attalid as benefactor and protector. These public words mattered in war. They announced to other cities that an Eastern king was behaving not as a conqueror, but as a fellow guardian of civic order. Such distinctions influence whether undecided communities open their gates or resist. As the war unfolded, moments of risk tested Attalid's judgment. On more than one occasion, Macedonian forces moved rapidly to trap allied contingents that had advanced too far. Attalid avoided being pinned by retreating in time, a choice that earned quiet criticism from those who wanted spectacular battles but that preserved strength for the long fight. He also refused to be drawn into quarrels among allies that would have drained Pergamon's resources for little gain. When Aetolian and Achaean rivalries flared, he kept the focus on the central aim: deny Philip a monopoly on Greek loyalty and on Aegean lanes. A pattern emerges from the surviving accounts. Pergamon served as financier, naval partner, and diplomatic glue. Rhodes kept the sea lanes honest. The Aetolians and other mainland allies kept Macedon busy. Rome, constrained by its commitments in Italy and beyond, provided prestige, some troops, and the promise of heavier future involvement if the war dragged on. Under these conditions, the conflict ground toward a stalemate that wore on Philip without crushing him. The cost of Greek politics, where leagues negotiated each step and jealousies could stall momentum, was patience. Attalid learned to accept that cost because the alternative was to act alone. And alone, Pergamon could not shape the wider Aegean balance. Even stalemates have consequences. Macedon invested energy and treasure to hold its own. Island cities that had flirted with Philip's favor discovered that Pergamon and Rhodes could make defection costly. Coastal communities in Asia Minor watched Pergamon's ships and embassies with growing confidence. Every year that Pergamon operated at sea without disaster demonstrated that the kingdom had outgrown its inland origins. It could now think in island chains and straits, not only in river valleys and passes. The war ended with the Peace of Phenice. No party received everything it wanted. Yet, from Pergamon's perspective, the treaty validated a strategic bet. The kingdom had entered a large war on the side of partners who shared its interest in preventing Macedonian dominance. It had retained its fleet, maintained its alliances, and emerged with enhanced prestige among Greek polis. Even more importantly, it had learned the mechanics of combined operations and the rhythms of Aegean diplomacy. Those lessons would prove decisive when events soon moved again. During and after the war, Attalid used every lull to deepen the non-military aspects of influence. He funded repairs to harbors, underwrote festivals that knit allies together, and expanded the network of personal relationships that make policy move quickly when crisis comes. He cultivated friendships among leading citizens in key towns, the sort of friendships that quietly determine whether a city assembly listens to a speech or shouts it down. Inscriptions record gratitude not only for garrisons and money, but for judgments that settled disputes between neighboring communities. In short, Pergamon's authority stretched on more than one axis. It could fight, and it could also keep people talking. One more development in this period points to the future. Attalid began to frame his partnership with Rome in language that others could recognize. He honored Roman envoys, treated agreements with scrupulous care, and presented Rome not as a stranger, but as a republic that valued law, allies, and the suppression of disorder. This was not propaganda aimed at Roman pride. It was persuasion aimed at Greek audiences who feared that inviting Rome too deeply into Greek affairs would bring a new master. By presenting Rome as a useful friend rather than a looming sovereign, Attalid made it easier for cities to accept the next round of cooperation when Macedon again threatened the balance. When Macedon under Philip V turned back to the sea after earlier stalemates, he aimed to recover influence among islands and coasts that were vital to trade. That shift threatened two powers whose prosperity depended on open lanes and stable harbors, Rhodes and Pergamon. For Attalid I, the danger was not abstract. If Macedon closed Aegean routes or cowed key cities, Pergamon's revenues would fall, its allies would waver, and its careful balance with larger kingdoms would tilt. The result was a new coalition and a larger war that drew in a Western republic still learning the politics of the Greek world, Rome. The immediate cause lay in Philip's aggressive moves against communities linked to Rhodes and Pergamon. He pressed into waters and ports where Rhodian merchants expected fair passage and where Pergamene diplomacy had invested coin and trust. Rhodes, with its long naval tradition, sounded the alarm. Pergamon answered, not by boasting, but by putting ships and money where promises had stood. The two powers coordinated patrols, escorted convoys, and prepared to face Macedonian squadrons that now sailed with royal orders to punish defiance. Sea fighting in this period revolved around position and timing as much as around raw strength. The battle off Chios, fought after Philip pushed too hard into a zone covered by the new partnership, gave Pergamon its first chance to test Aegean tactics on a large stage. Rhodian seamanship and Pergamene funds turned allied squadrons into a force that could contest control. The fight was hard. Philip fought with determination, and the allied admirals took losses. Yet the day ended with the Macedonian king withdrawing from waters where he had hoped to dictate terms. For Pergamon, the outcome mattered less for captured hulls than for the signal it sent. Attalid's state, once inland and cautious, now stood as a naval actor that could make a difference when it mattered. Philip did not abandon his aims after a single check. He struck at coastal positions and island communities, seeking to peel them away from the Rhodian Pergamene understanding. Attalid shifted from purely naval responses to a larger diplomatic counteroffensive. He understood that to defeat a king like Philip, you had to beat him in councils as well as at sea. He traveled to mainland cities, strengthened ties with Athens, and framed the conflict in terms Greeks recognized: the protection of civic freedom against a monarch who would subordinate local laws to royal convenience. Athenian decrees honoring Attalid in these years speak to the success of that message. Gifts to sanctuaries and funding for festivals cemented goodwill and turned gratitude into public record. Events beyond Greece soon opened a wider door. Rome, fresh from the long struggle with Carthage, watched Macedon's activity with concern, especially where Philip's moves intersected with Roman interests in the Adriatic and with the security of Rome's friends. Pergamon's envoys grasped the moment. They carried to Rome a straightforward case. Philip's ambitions at sea and on the mainland would unravel the balance that kept trade lawful and cities free. Pergamon and Rhodes had resisted, but a durable settlement required pressure that only Rome could apply. The argument resonated. Rome declared a new war against Macedon, the conflict later known as the Second Macedonian War. Attalid did not expect Roman legions to solve all problems overnight. He had already learned in earlier conflicts that coalition warfare requires patience and coordination. He offered what Pergamon did best: financing, flexible squadrons able to support operations along coasts and islands, and a diplomatic network that could turn local councils toward alliance. With Roman commanders now in the theater, Pergamon had leverage it had lacked before. When Pergamene ships appeared off a harbor and Pergamene envoys entered a council chamber, they could speak with the credibility of a state backed, not controlled, by a power that finished what it started. The coalition began by preventing Philip from using the Aegean as his private passage. Rhodes kept up relentless patrols. Pergamon focused on logistics, ensuring that allied forces had the grain, timber, and coin to keep moving. On land in Greece, Rome advanced in measured stages, recruiting allies and avoiding the mistakes that had stalled earlier efforts. The Roman commander Titus Quinctius Flamininus brought energy and an ear for Greek expectations. He promised that Rome aimed to secure freedom, not to impose a new king in place of Philip. Attalid recognized the value of that promise and echoed it in his own contacts. Together, they framed the war as a joint effort to restore a lawful equilibrium. Macedon remained dangerous. Philip maneuvered skillfully, using the hills and passes of Thessaly and the advantages of a compact base. He attempted to isolate allies, to frighten neutrals, and to force Rome into a single decisive engagement on ground of his choosing. Against that strategy, Pergamon's role was to keep the pressure on multiple points. Attalid ensured that island communities and coastal towns could hold out, preventing Philip from claiming quick victories that might demoralize the coalition. He also made sure that Athens and allied polis had means to sustain their public life in wartime, because a city that keeps its festivals and courts running is harder for an enemy to intimidate. A moment late in Attalid's career illustrates the personal cost of this outward-facing policy. While addressing allied citizens in Boeotia to encourage steadfastness, he suffered a stroke. The sudden collapse of a king in the act of persuading Greeks to remain united underlined how much Pergamon had committed. Attalid withdrew from active command after that episode, but the institutions he had nurtured and the network he had woven did not falter. Pergamene officers continued to coordinate fleets, pay out subsidies, and carry messages. The state could function even as the founder of its Aegean strategy faded from the front line. Meanwhile, the Roman campaign pressed toward a showdown. The Macedonian phalanx, powerful on open ground, proved less adaptable in broken country. Flamininus sought hills and ridges where Roman manipular formations could maneuver around the long pike formations that defined Macedonian strength. The culminating encounter came at Cynocephalae, a pair of low hills whose name, the dogs' heads, captured their shape. There, Roman flexibility met Macedonian stiffness. When one wing of Philip's army advanced prematurely and the other lagged on rough ground, Roman units exploited the gaps and turned the Macedonian line. The phalanx, formidable from the front on level fields, could not recover once its cohesion broke. Pergamon was not the hammer at Cynocephalae, but Pergamon's leverage helped place the hammer in the right place. Years of allied pressure at sea and along coasts kept Philip from drawing strength from islands and maritime cities. Pergamene money and ships made it possible for Rome to focus on the decisive land campaign without fearing that the Aegean would slip out of control. Diplomacy sustained a Greek alliance system that denied Philip easy political victories. When the Macedonian king accepted defeat, he did so in a context Pergamon had helped construct. The terms imposed on Philip after the battle restrained Macedon from projecting power far beyond its frontiers. He surrendered hostages, paid indemnities, and accepted limits on his fleet. Greek cities that had feared a return to heavy Macedonian oversight now looked to Rome and its allies for the promised restoration of civic freedom. For Pergamon, the strategic gains were immense, even if no new territories changed hands immediately. The western coast of Asia Minor could breathe. Island communities indebted to Pergamon and Rhodes had proof that their trust had been well placed. The standing of Attalid policy rose across the Aegean. Attalus' final months were marked by transition. He returned to Pergamon and died not long after the settlement that followed Cynocephali, leaving a state that had learned to operate beyond its old boundaries, and a coalition architecture that had proved its worth. The succession to Eumenes II proceeded without upheaval because Attalus had spent years building a court and an administration that understood how to govern in concert with allies and how to convert war into advantage without overreach. The cause and effect chain from the start of this war to its end is clear. Macedonian pressure on sea lanes threatened the economic and political environment that kept Pergamon strong. Pergamon and Rhodes resisted and drew in Rome by presenting the conflict as a defense of lawful order. Once Rome entered, Pergamon supplied the money, ships, and diplomatic bridges that made a coherent coalition possible. Roman victory on land then reshaped the map of power, checking Macedon and clearing the Aegean for a new settlement. Along the way, Pergamon proved that a small but organized kingdom could multiply its force through smart partnerships. A state that survives great wars must learn a second skill, changing leaders without losing momentum. Pergamon faced that test when Attalus I died soon after the settlement that followed the Roman victory over Macedon. The kingdom had grown from inland principality to recognized Aegean actor, tied into alliances by coin, ships, and trust. The question now was whether that network depended on one man's energy or on institutions strong enough to carry a new ruler forward. Eumenes II answered by proving that Pergamon could renew its leadership without breaking stride. Eumenes had not come from the wings. During the final years of his father's reign, he had been present at councils, familiar with officers, and known to allied cities. He had observed how Attalus balanced generosity and caution, how he spoke to Greek assemblies in words they trusted, and how he handled Roman envoys with formality and frankness. The handover therefore began with recognition rather than surprise. Envoys who reached Pergamon after the mourning period found a court that kept appointment books, a treasury that met disbursements on schedule, and generals who saluted the new king without testing the boundaries of their obedience. The first priority was signaling continuity to partners who had invested hope in Pergamon's steadiness. Eumenes sent letters across the Aegean, to Rhodes, to Athens, and to the councils of island leagues. Each message reaffirmed existing obligations and offered practical tokens that mattered more than eloquence. Remittances due to allied garrisons, funds for the next festival installments already promised, and instructions to Pergamene officers abroad to maintain their posts as before. He did not ask for renewed oaths with fanfare. He demonstrated that the machine would keep turning. Cities that had learned to measure kings by punctuality understood the sign. At home, Eumenes began in the Attalid style. With the budget, he reviewed military payrolls, audited the flow of customs revenue from friendly harbors, and confirmed contracts that supplied grain and timber. The point was not distrust, but calibration. A new reign needed a clean set of ledgers to avoid the small frictions that become large quarrels. He also met with the stewards who supervised estates feeding the garrison, and with the clerks who managed coinage, dyes, and mint metal. Money had always been Pergamon's lever. Eumenes wanted that lever perfectly balanced before moving anything else. He then turned to the people who make a state move: officers, magistrates, priests, and envoys. Promotions were careful rather than gaudy. Commanders who had proved reliable at sea and on campaign kept their posts. Younger captains who had shown initiative in island operations were brought closer to the center. In the civic sphere, Eumenes confirmed magistracies in communities that had partnered well with Pergamon during wartime, pressing home the point that service brings stability. Priests of Athena on the Acropolis and of Asclepios in the lower city were received with honor. a reminder that Pergamon's identity rested on piety as much as on force. Foreign policy began with restraint in public and clarity in private. Rome, satisfied with Macedon's containment, was already watching events further east with a wary eye. Eumenes judged that Pergamon's interest lay in keeping the Roman friendship warm without appearing to tug at Roman sleeves. He sent a delegation to Italy with condolences for Roman losses in recent wars, thanks for cooperation, and a straightforward statement. Pergamon would continue to uphold Greek liberties and lawful commerce in its sphere. The envoys carried gifts typical of Attalid diplomacy, fine textiles, select works from Pergamene workshops, and careful letters, and returned with signals that Rome valued continuity in Asia Minor. Meanwhile, to the east, a different kind of energy gathered. Antiochus III, the Seleucid king, had restored his authority after long campaigns in the upper satrapies, and now looked west. When a monarch who has spent years reassembling an empire turns his attention toward the Aegean, smaller states have to think with cold logic. Eumenes understood that Pergamon could not face such a king alone. He also knew that provoking prematurely would make allies hesitate. His early years therefore focused on tightening the local lattice, securing roads, refurbishing coastal sites that served as supply points, and updating mutual defense compacts with towns in the Caicus and Hermus corridors. These compacts were practical instruments. They specified which communities would maintain stretches of road, how quickly beacon fires must be answered, what penalties applied for negligence, and what privileges followed compliance, such as reduced levies or guaranteed market access. Eumenes had learned from his father that law, publicly inscribed, is a force multiplier. A town that knows the rules for aid will keep granaries ready and oxen yoked when messengers arrive. In these early years, Pergamon's scribes were unusually busy, and the stonemasons who cut the letters for civic agreements could count on work. Eumenes also invested in intelligence. Scouts were rotated along inland routes not for spectacle but for information habits. Reports at fixed intervals, signal points tested at random hours, and liaisons embedded with caravan leaders who could sense shifts in traffic before soldiers did. The aim was to know when Seleucid officers began to appear in places where they had not been seen for years, when satraps renewed contacts with coastal factions unfriendly to Pergamon, and when rumor outpaced certainty. In an era when the speed of news could decide whether a city opened its gates to a friend or a conqueror, Eumenes treated information as a strategic asset equal to silver. At the same time, he stepped gently but firmly into the Aegean diplomatic world that his father had helped shape. He visited Athens to confirm the alliance in person, not with military pomp but with civic gestures that Greeks read correctly. He funded a phase of repairs at a sanctuary whose processions mattered to Athenian identity. He attended councils where decrees were passed honoring Pergamon's constancy. He listened as elders linked Attalid protection to the endurance of civic freedom. Such visits were not tourism. They refreshed the human connections that make coalitions resilient when the next storm hits. The fleet, too, required attention. Ships age quickly when kept active, and crews need steady pay and practice to remain sharp. Eumenes ordered dockyard work at friendly ports where Pergamon had invested during the previous war. He selected officers who had served well under Rhodian guidance and gave them independent commands suited to Pergamene doctrine, fast squadrons designed to escort, to raid opportunistically, and to block narrow waters rather than to duel in grand showdowns without allies. Nothing in this plan sought glory for its own sake. Everything prepared Pergamon to hold the littoral if the Seleucid king tested the western coast. At home on the Acropolis, Eumenes calibrated public culture to reinforce continuity and to prepare minds for the trials ahead. The cult of Philetaerus, founded by Eumenes I to honor the house's origin, received measured enrichment. New dedications balanced celebration with sobriety. Bronze groups and inscriptions that linked guardianship of the city to service of the gods. Quiet reminders that Pergamon's legitimacy grew from care, not from swagger. He also oversaw improvements to archives and the library that was now taking on clearer institutional form. Scholars who came to Pergamon found a court that paid on time and asked for work useful to civic education. Grammarians helped refine the language of decrees and treaties. Historians advised on how best to present recent events to posterity without overclaiming. This literary discipline was political discipline by other means. Eumenes had another resource that leaders often misuse: family. His brother Attalid, later known to history as Attalid II, was a steady soldier and a patient administrator. Rather than assign him ceremonial tasks, Eumenes placed him where judgment mattered. Attalid supervised frontier responses to Galatian disturbances, managed sensitive dealings with Bithynian rulers who watched Pergamon with both envy and respect, and took on diplomatic trips where a calm temperament and a known Attalid face could diffuse tension. This partnership, though still informal in these initial years, foreshadowed the co-working model that would later give Pergamon unusual resilience during royal absences. There were, inevitably, tests close to home. Small strongholds in the interior sometimes misread the transition and tried to rescind obligations or to harbor bandits. Eumenes answered with targeted expeditions and legal penalties that avoided spectacle but left no doubt. Garrisons that had gone slack were rotated, their commanders reminded, in writing that Pergamene service meant punctual reports and honest waits in the armory. Not every king takes time to weigh pikes and check bolt tallies. Eumenes did, or sent people who did, because the details that keep a fortress honest are the details that keep a kingdom safe. The Seleucid westward drift soon moved from rumor to fact. Antiochus III courted Greek cities with the language of liberation, offering attention and prestige in exchange for footholds. Eumenes countered with a different pitch: lawful freedom guarded by partners who had already proved their care during years of danger. He did not attempt to outbid a great king at every altar. He cultivated the decision-makers who remembered how Pergamon had behaved when Macedon threatened. In councils from the Hellespont to the islands, envoys repeated a simple memory. When convoys needed escort, Pergamon came. When festivals needed funding during wartime, Pergamon paid. When judgments were promised, they were delivered. Relations with Rhodes remained central. The island state, ever vigilant for threats to trade, shared Pergamon's reading of Seleucid intentions. Joint patrols resumed in a low-key way, described in public as routine security, while in private designed to test readiness and to keep crews fluent in maneuvers. Merchants were quietly advised to report unusual encounters at sea. The idea was to make the Aegean an environment that punished sudden thrusts and rewarded predictable, lawful movement. Eumenes and his Rhodian counterparts understood that if Antiochus wished to present himself as a liberator, he would look for places where the existing order seemed brittle. Their task was to make that order look and feel unbreakable. A significant part of Eumenes's early success lay in tone. He spoke as a custodian rather than as a conqueror. When decrees honored him, he directed that they emphasize service and continuity. When embassies arrived, he heard complaints before boasting of plans. This manner was not mere modesty. It was policy designed to contrast with the grand language of kings who promised sweeping change. Cities that had suffered from large promises preferred the quiet pledge that tomorrow would resemble today, only safer. Still, the king had to prepare for the contingency that words would not suffice. He reviewed the siege train that Eumenes I had expanded, adding pieces suited to quick reduction of small fortifications along river crossings. He increased cavalry readiness because mobility would matter if Seleucid detachments tried to unsettle border communities. He stocked forward depots with grain and timber, so that sudden deployments would not starve cities or strip hillsides under emergency requisitions. These preparations did not look dramatic from the Acropolis terraces, but they made the difference between a scramble and a plan when messages arrived at night. When Antiochus III turned west after years of rebuilding Seleucid strength in the upper satrapies, he carried a grand idea: to recover the prestige of his house from Asia's heartlands to the Aegean edge. That idea collided with a reality Eumenes II had helped construct: a web of coastal cities, island powers, and a Roman friendship that treated lawful trade and civic autonomy as interests worth defending. The clash would run from councils in Greece to mountain passes in Anatolia, and end with a treaty that redrew the political map of Western Asia Minor and made Pergamon the great beneficiary. The opening move belonged to Antiochus. Styling himself a liberator of the Greeks, he crossed into mainland Greece and courted leagues and cities that remembered old resentments against Macedonian pressure and newer anxieties about Roman influence. He found welcome in some quarters, especially where the promise of royal attention and gifts carried weight. Yet the language of liberation had become familiar, and cities measured it against recent experience. They asked who had kept convoys safe when piracy spiked, who had funded festivals during wartime shortages, who had honored judgments in civic disputes. On those points, Pergamon's record spoke for itself, and Rhodes's vigilance at sea had left a deep impression. Antiochus's rhetoric met an audience no longer naive. Rome's response gathered quickly. The Senate, briefed for years by allies, understood that a Seleucid foothold in Greece would draw the Aegean basin into a royal competition that could not be contained. Command fell to consuls who had studied both land warfare and the diplomacy of federations. Titus Quinctius Flamininus, the victor over Macedon, lent prestige and contacts even when not in direct command. Eumenes added what Pergamon did best: clear intelligence, timely subsidies, and a diplomatic presence that could steady councils teetering under the pressure of rapid events. The first major check on Antiochus came at Thermopylae, the narrow landgate where Greek memory reached back to a much older war. Antiochus fortified the pass and brought Greek allies into line, hoping that terrain and tradition would blunt the Roman advance and fracture the coalition. The plan failed. Roman commanders, using pathways in the hills known to local guides, turned the position. Antiochus's troops, brave but pressed on multiple fronts, broke. The king withdrew across the straits, and the war's center of gravity shifted to the sea and to Asia Minor, where the question would be decided in waters and on fields that mattered directly to Pergamon. Naval control became the hinge of strategy. If Antiochus could secure the Aegean, he could shuttle forces, intimidate islands, and threaten the western coast of Asia Minor, where Pergamon's tax base and prestige were anchored. If the Allies held the sea, Rome could carry the war to Asia itself, while Pergamon and Rhodes guarded the littoral. Here, the years of joint practice paid off. Rhodian seamanship and Pergamene organization produced squadrons that moved as if on a single plan. In the fighting off Corycus and later near Myonessus, Allied fleets outmaneuvered royal admirals. Ship to ship, the difference lay not in the bravery of crews, both sides fought hard, but in coordination and logistics. Rhodian triaries turned more quickly. Pergamon captains arrived where they were needed with stores, spare gear, and pay ready. The Seleucid navy lost its bid for mastery. With the straits no longer safe for royal squadrons, the war crossed decisively into Asia. Roman forces under Lucius Scipio, with Publius Scipio Africanus as counselor, landed and advanced through Lydia and Ionia. Eumenes's role as guide is often understated, but deserves emphasis. Picking roads and camps in Asia Minor required more than a map. It demanded knowledge of water sources, market towns that could be trusted, and local politics that determined whether carts and oxen would appear when levies were called. Pergamene officers had walked these routes for years. They now did so with the largest Western army ever to operate in the region at their side. Antiochus, to his credit, did not abandon the field. He gathered a formidable host near the plain by Mount Sipylus, not far from Sardis. There he drew up a mixed army of phalanx infantry, cataphract cavalry, scythed chariots, and war elephants, the full repertoire of Eastern power. The array impressed. Long pikes bristled, armored horsemen gleamed, chariots promised to tear gaps in any line that lost nerve. Yet mixed armies require choreography. If one arm falters, the others stumble. At Magnesia, that choreography failed under pressure applied at the right points. Sources credit Eumenes with shrewd advice about neutralizing spectacular weapons. Scythed chariots terrify when momentum carries them cleanly into unbroken ranks. They falter when skirmishers and rough ground spoil their run. At the outset, Allied light troops harassed and channeled the chariots, blinding horses with darts and noise. The machines veered into their own lines, creating confusion at precisely the moment the Seleucid plan required shock and continuity. On the flanks, Pergamene cavalry worked with Roman units to worry the cataphracts, who found that weight and splendor become liabilities when pursued over fields not chosen for them. In the center, once the flanks had lost poise and the chariots had failed, the phalanx advanced without the support it needed to keep enemies from its vulnerable sides. Manipular tactics, small, flexible Roman units, nipped and worried, and the massed pikes, deadly to the front, could not pivot well when the battle swirled rather than pushed. The elephant corps, awe-inspiring and loud, proved less decisive than its appearance suggested. Experienced handlers can keep elephants aligned when infantry screens and cavalry guards do their work. At Magnesia, once those screens frayed, elephants became islands under assault rather than moving walls. The line bent, then it broke. Antiochus's army dissolved in stages, not through collapse of courage, but through the familiar logic of mixed arms unhinged by early disruption. The king fled toward the interior. The Seleucid bid for Western preeminence ended on that plain. Victory opened the question that matters as much as any battle: settlement. Rome, never eager to occupy the whole of Asia, sought a framework that punished overreach, rewarded allies, and kept the peace without requiring permanent legions in every valley. The result was the treaty later known by its place of signing, Apamea. Its principles were straightforward. Antiochus would withdraw from lands north and west of the Taurus ranges, cede claim to coastal and plateau territories that had given the Seleucid house leverage over the Aegean world, deliver hostages as guarantees, and pay a heavy indemnity spread across years to come. The details ran long and precise, but the direction was clear. The Seleucid Empire would look inward. Asia Minor's western half would be reordered under powers that had proved their worth against both Macedon and Seleucid thrusts. Pergamon stood at the center of that reordering. In recognition of steady partnership and practical service, Rome assigned to Eumenes a vast belt of former Seleucid possessions in Asia Minor, lands in Lydia, Phrygia, and neighboring districts, key towns that anchored road networks, and stretches of countryside whose taxes would now flow to the Attalid treasury. Rhodes received islands and certain coastal holdings fitted to its maritime vocation. Smaller communities gained confirmed freedoms under a general peace that protected their charters and property. The mosaic of Asia Minor did not become a seamless Attalid canvas overnight, but the dominant color changed. Pergamon moved from regional principality to great power by the transfer of whole districts written into a Roman-backed treaty. Why Pergamon and not some other client received so much? The answer lies in the entire preceding decade. Eumenes had kept compacts, funded operations without drama, shared intelligence without manipulation, and spoken consistently in the language of civic order. He and his father had framed Rome not as a new master, but as a partner in a system where small states could still matter. When negotiation time came, Roman commanders remembered which ally had promised only what he could deliver and then delivered it. The treaty rewarded that reliability with resources the Attalids could administer effectively. For Antiochus, the consequences were sobering. He retained a vast empire stretching east, but the dream of dictating terms on the Aegean shore vanished. The indemnity strained his treasury. The hostages, including a son who would one day become Antiochus IV, underlined the loss of freedom to act. Yet even in the loss, there was logic. A chastened Seleucid house could survive as a great power looking east and south rather than west. Apamea cut ambitions down to a size that the dynasty could in fact sustain, an outcome more durable than a partial defeat that would have invited a new war within a few campaigning seasons. For Rhodes, Apamea secured lanes of commerce. For the Greek cities, It promised a respite from royal projects that treated their autonomy as negotiable. But the largest immediate tasks fell to Pergamon. New territories do not govern themselves. Tax systems must be regularized, roads repaired, garrisons posted where banditry follows the sudden collapse of old power, loyal cities rewarded, formerly hostile ones coaxed into partnership or, if needed, corrected. Eumenes approached these duties with the same habits that had brought him here: audits, appointments by merit, public inscriptions that explained obligations, and benefactions that made obedience feel like advantage rather than surrender. There was also the question of image. A state that doubles its reach must teach old and new subjects how to see the change. Eumenes did not proclaim himself a world conqueror. He presented Pergamon as the guardian appointed by a lawful peace. Dedications thanked the gods for victory without gloating. Decrees in newly acquired towns used formulas that promised respect for local cults and customs, while quietly inserting the clauses that made Attalid control real. The Pergamene style, clarity, punctuality, and visible piety, traveled well. The strategic balance after Apamea suited Roman aims and Pergamene ambitions. Rome had no wish to patrol every hill and cove of Asia Minor. It preferred an ally who could keep order, keep pirates in check in cooperation with Rhodes, and keep great kings from rebuilding a Western challenge. Pergamon, now rich in land and revenue, had every incentive to perform that role. The risks were real. Expanded borders invite expanded enemies. Success breeds envy among neighbors, yet opportunities outweighed dangers. With careful administration, the Attalid house could turn windfall territory into a stable dominion. Hannibal's shadow flickers briefly through this story. The Carthaginian, after exile, had offered counsel to Antiochus and had taken part in naval affairs far from the fields where his name had been made. His presence added romance to the Seleucid cause, but could not reverse its structural weaknesses at sea and in coalition politics. The lesson is instructive. Talent can adorn a policy. It cannot rescue a strategy that asks too much of brittle alliances and underestimates the enemy's capacity to cooperate. A treaty can give a kingdom land. Only administration can make it a realm. After the Apamea settlement, Eumenes II faced a map transformed. Pergamon now held corridors from the Aegean coast deep into Lydia and Phrygia, with enclaves of long-standing civic life, sanctuaries of regional prestige, and uplands where bandits and disappointed former officials tested every new border. The challenge was not to invent a new order from nothing, but to convert clauses on stone into habits in towns, markets, and forts. The Attalids had always excelled at routine. Now they scaled routine into policy. The first task was to decide how to divide authority. Rather than mimic the sprawling satrapies of the Seleucids, Eumenes created smaller administrative districts that followed natural routes and commercial basins. Each district centered on a market town or an old civic hub and linked to the next by a maintained road. A governor, usually an experienced officer with a gift for civil work, managed garrisons, tax collection, and relations with nearby polis. Pergamon did not erase civic councils, it framed them. City assemblies kept their rituals and magistracies, but the new governors held the right to audit, to review security practices, and to enforce the kingdom's rulings where disputes crossed city boundaries. To make this structure visible, the court issued a wave of public inscriptions. They specified which roads were royal roads, which forts counted as crown posts, and which jurisdictions would hear which kinds of cases. These texts did more than threaten penalties. They promised benefits. Communities that kept bridges sound and patrols regular received reductions in levies, access to Pergamene courts for commercial disputes, and, in some cases, grants of land from royal estates. In this way, obedience did not feel like submission. It felt like a bargain clearly set out in letters that anyone could read. Surveyors went to work. Using local guides and old cadastral records where they survived, they mapped fields, fixed boundary stones, and identified parcels that had drifted into ambiguous status under the prior regime. This was delicate labor. A careless survey can turn neighbors into enemies. Pergamon therefore paired land officers with arbiters trained to hear claims on the spot. Decisions were inscribed and duplicated, one copy for the local shrine, one for the district archive. The method produced two effects at once. It strengthened title, which encouraged investment, and it demonstrated that the new rulers prized documentation over favoritism. Roads bound the system. The Attalids chose a simple rule: keep fewer routes in perfect order rather than many in poor repair. They prioritized spines that connected inland staples, grain, timber, wool, to coastal depots and harbors, then added feeder roads as capacity grew. Way stations at fixed intervals offered water, fodder, and shelter, with posted schedules for royal couriers. Bridges received particular attention because a broken span could paralyze a valley for a season. In mountain sectors, engineers cut drainage ditches and set retaining walls to prevent the washouts that had routinely stranded caravans. The result was not glamour, but reliability. Merchants discovered that a cart that left on a fixed day could be expected on a fixed day, and that confidence translated directly into tax revenue. Security policy matched the roads. Pergamon did not scatter troops thinly across the map. It placed garrisons at nodes, road junctions, river crossings, and hilltops that commanded passes, and drilled quick-response detachments to ride or march along the maintained routes at short notice. Beacon lines, tested in earlier decades, were relaid to account for new frontiers. District governors held regular exercises to ensure that a village watch knew whom to notify and where to guide reinforcements. The watchword was speed. A band of raiders that finds a garrison on it within a day learns that the countryside is not to be plucked. Taxation presented both promise and risk. The promise was obvious: new lands meant new revenue. The risk lay in crushing the very productivity Pergamon wanted to harvest. The Attalids adopted a system of assessed contributions pegged to realistic yields. In grain districts, assessments were set after sample harvests and adjusted for irrigation works and fallow cycles. In pastoral regions, levies fell on herds at seasonal counts. In towns, customs dues on market turnover replaced arbitrary exactions. Crucially, collection was performed by officials whose pay depended on meeting, not exceeding, target remittances. Abuse brought dismissal and the loss of civic honors that Pergamon bestowed on good administrators. Inscriptions recording thanks from city councils to fair collectors began to appear, evidence that the system sought respect, not fear. Coinage underwrote these transactions. Pergamon maintained high silver standards and extended the reach of its mint by opening branch facilities in select coastal centers. The coins carried familiar divine types that signaled continuity: Athena's steady gaze, Nike's motion, and legends that affirmed royal guardianship. Because weights were consistent and the metal did not adulterate, the money gained rapid acceptance in markets that had long complained of fluctuating quality under previous regimes. Traders could price goods without padding for uncertainty. Soldiers received pay on time. Contractors learned that a signed Pergamene promise would be met with silver that rang true on the anvil. Law kept pace with money. The Attalids revived and regularized assize circuits, itinerant sessions where royal judges sat to hear cases that crossed city lines. Schedules were posted months ahead, with specified days for commercial suits, boundary disputes, and appeals from civic courts. This predictability mattered as much as any verdict. A merchant who knows when and where he can seek redress will risk capital. A landowner who trusts that a boundary stone will be defended will plant olives that take years to bear. Royal judges wrote concise opinions and ordered them inscribed when cases set new precedents. Over time, these decisions accumulated into a body of practice that merchants, magistrates, and advocates could cite. In a region of many languages and traditions, shared procedure became a kind of peace. The policy toward sanctuaries illustrated Attalid balance. The court confirmed the freedom of major shrines and protected their revenues, but it also folded them into the administrative grid. Processions received escorts on dangerous stretches of road. Temple estates were surveyed to clarify boundaries. Disputes among priestly families were resolved by reference to old charters where possible, and to equity where charters contradicted one another. The message was careful. Piety under Pergamon would be safe, and safety would be administered. Pilgrimage traffic, grateful for order, increased. Inns near sacred sites filled, and markets prospered on festival days. Small streams of wealth that also taught subjects to associate the new regime with a steady calendar. In the newly attached uplands, where Seleucid power had been both distant and arbitrary, Pergamon tried something different: partnership via settlement. The crown offered parcels near road stations to craftsmen and merchants who agreed to provide services at fixed rates: wheelwrights, smiths, muleteers, and innkeepers. These small colonists were not military in the old sense. They were economic garrisons. Because their livelihood depended on stable traffic, they formed a constituency for order. Governors used them as informants and as first responders, issuing simple instructions for signaling trouble and for sheltering caravans if larger forces were delayed by weather. Pergamon also invested in water. Engineers surveyed springs and old canal beds, repaired cisterns near stations, and supported local efforts to terrace hillsides where erosion had stolen soil. The crown did not attempt grand hydraulic projects in every district. It preferred modest, many-handed fixes that multiplied yields steadily. Tax assessors were instructed to credit improvements and to leave successful villages with a larger retained share for some years, a policy that encouraged initiative without surrendering revenue indefinitely. These choices nurtured a quiet boom in regions that had felt neglected. When villagers connect increased harvests to the signatures of identifiable Pergamene officials, loyalty deepens more surely than under any garrison sermon. Governors received clear guidance on the delicate politics of civic privileges. Some cities had old claims to Acilia, recognized inviolability of their sanctuaries or territories, granted under previous dynasties. Pergamon reviewed such claims case by case. Where a grant had served peace, it was confirmed and even extended. Where it had become a pretext for harboring bandits or dodging lawful debts, it was narrowed with public reasons given. The court learned to say yes with ceremony and to say no with evidence. This habit reduced resentment because it framed denial as correction, not as contempt. Personnel policy mattered as much as laws. Eumenes promoted a cadre of administrators who could cross domains, a paymaster who understood how to read a boundary stone, a cavalry commander who could chair a town council without bluster, a scribe who could draft a decree that would be persuasive to both a Greek assembly and an Anatolian village headman. He rotated them between districts so that no one built a private empire. He also rewarded retirement with honor, not just pay, asking prominent cities to enroll proven governors as proxenoi, official friends, so that the kingdom's servants found a second home among the people they had ruled. Former governors who remained known and honored in their districts became informal ambassadors for Pergamon's method. The kingdom's border policy with neighboring dynasts balanced firmness and trade. With Bithynia to the north and Cappadocian interests further east, Pergamon negotiated fixed crossing points where customs officials from both sides could sit together. By concentrating commerce at agreed gates, both revenue and security improved. Smuggling did not vanish, but it lost its romance. Most merchants preferred the predictable fees and guaranteed passage that joint stations offered. Patrols remained courteous, incidents were recorded, witnesses heard, and compensation paid quickly where warranted. These practices kept frontier disagreements from becoming excuses for war. Not every policy succeeded instantly. In some regions, local magnates resisted audits and tried to rally communities by portraying Pergamon as a new taxmaster. Eumenes answered not with mass punishment, but with theatrical fairness. He convened public hearings, invited neighboring cities to send observers, and laid out the figures. What had been collected under the old system? What would be due under the new? Where the roads and bridges had improved, and how much grain had reached markets without loss. Numbers do not inspire cheers, but they calm fears. When people saw that the crown's arithmetic matched their own experience, grandstanding opponents found fewer listeners. Crucially, Pergamon tied administrative reform to visible benefaction. The court helped rebuild agoras that had emptied during years of uncertainty, adding shaded stoas where merchants could set up stalls in summer heat. It repaired city walls where cracks invited anxiety, not because it intended to fight sieges in every town, but because strong walls encouraged investment behind them. It endowed gymnasia and theaters with modest grants that required local matching funds, ensuring civic pride stayed engaged. And it continued the Attalid habit of marking each gift with concise inscriptions that named both the crown and the community as partners in improvement. All of this needed a center that modeled the order it asked others to adopt. Pergamon's capital became that model. The archives expanded, with catalogs that cross-referenced treaties, tax remissions, and court decisions by district and topic. The mint coordinated closely with the treasury so that military pay cycles did not starve building funds or vice versa. Clerks trained in the library's growing scholarly culture helped standardize language across the kingdom's paperwork, reducing the misreadings that often plague multi-ethnic realms. The city's sanctuaries kept their festivals with a new regularity, demonstrating to visiting envoys that piety and policy prospered together. Successful states often reach a moment when the tools of rule, roads, courts, garrisons, ledgers, create a surplus of time and attention. Eumenes II arrived at that moment after Apamea. The kingdom's corridors functioned, revenues steadied, and governors learned their districts. With the basics secured, Pergamon could invest in something that multiplies power differently than fortresses do: learning. What followed was not an ornament added to a palace, but a program that taught administrators, persuaded allies, and gave the Attalid house a reputation that traveled faster than any courier. The idea was simple. If Pergamon could become a place where books were gathered, copied, and discussed at a level to rival Alexandria, then scholars would come, letters to the court would be crafted with more precision, and visiting envoys would leave with a sense that Pergamon spoke for Greek culture as well as for Pergamene interest. Eumenes did not want a museum. He wanted a workshop of knowledge that produced practical benefits. To build it, he needed space, staff, and a steady supply of texts. The space rose within the high city, near the precinct of Athena. Scribes and librarians worked in rooms arranged for light and for the careful storage of rolls. Catalogs were hung and kept current, cross-referencing authors, subjects, and versions. The tone was orderly and artisanal. Copyists trained under senior readers, proofing each other's work line by line. Shelves and chests were sized for different formats of roll because book trade habits were far from uniform. Labels standardized title forms so that a reader could trace a text across variant copies without confusion. These practical choices sound modest, but they turned the library from a treasure room into a machine for reliable transmission. Staff shaped the library's character as much as architecture did. Grammarians, historians, and philosophers worked side by side with royal secretaries, the same clerks who drafted treaties and tax regulations. Scholars learned what administrators needed: clean citations, clear distinctions between base texts and glosses, and prose that could survive being carved on stone. Administrators learned what scholars prized: accurate attribution, stable orthography, and careful separation of a decree's operative clause from its honorific preface. Out of that exchange emerged a Pergamene prose style, lucid, spare, and exact. It was useful in law courts and persuasive in city councils. Competition with Alexandria gave the project urgency and shape. The Ptolemaic court had invested in books and scholars for decades, and the Alexandrian librarians had refined techniques for organizing knowledge, from author lists to summaries. Pergamon could not hope to match that inheritance overnight, but it could create a rival standard that stressed accuracy over sheer volume. Visiting scholars commented that Pergamene copies were clean, a practical compliment that mattered to anyone who had struggled with corrupt texts in other collections. Where Alexandria dazzled with scale and the glamour of the Mausion, Pergamon promised dependable editions and a court that paid on time. Supply determined what a library could become. Greek books flowed along merchant routes that Pergamon now kept safe. The court purchased rolls from traders who specialized in second-hand libraries and from city archives that agreed to sell duplicates after careful supervision. Some acquisitions came as diplomatic gifts. Allied cities sent prized copies of local poets or historians in exchange for funds to repair harbors or to endow festivals. When texts were rare or fragmentary, Pergamon scribes worked from multiple exemplars, marking doubtful readings rather than pretending certainty. The intellectual honesty built trust. Readers knew when they were looking at conjecture. Material mattered as much as method. The papyrus that fed the Mediterranean book trade came from the Nile, and its supply rose and fell with politics as well as with flood cycles. Later tradition claimed that a Ptolemaic king restricted papyrus exports to slow Pergamene growth. Whether or not the ban took formal shape, it is plain that Pergamon increased its use of prepared animal skin, parchment, for copying and preservation. The choice had causes both strategic and practical. Parchment resisted damp better than papyrus. It could be scraped and rewritten. It tolerated frequent handling. For a hill city with cool nights and an active reading culture, the material fit the climate and the mission. Over time, the association grew so strong that later Romans spoke of parchment as pergamene, a linguistic nod to the place that refined its use. The adoption of parchment had knock-on effects. Workshops developed new techniques for scraping and smoothing hides to a fine writing surface. Scribes adjusted letter forms to suit a material that held ink differently from papyrus. Binding practices shifted for long texts, with multi-sheet gatherings sewn and stored in ways that discouraged curling. Librarians learned to shelve parchment and papyrus separately so that weight and moisture would not damage either. These craft refinements may seem distant from diplomacy, yet they influenced it. A court that could produce durable copies of treaties and legal opinions possessed not only the law but the proof years later when an ally or rival contested terms. People gave the library its voice. Among the prominent scholars associated with Pergamon was Crates of Malos, a leading grammarian who favored a broad, allegorical reading of Homer and who engaged with Alexandrian rivals who preferred stricter textual criticism. Crates and those like him trained younger minds to weigh variant readings, to distinguish author from interpolator, and to explain why word choices mattered. This training fed the kingdom's clerical ranks. A scribe who has learned to argue over a line in Homer can also draft a clause that leaves no room for mischief when a contract crosses languages. The library also functioned as a school for visiting envoys. Not formally, Pergamon did not hand out diplomas, but practically. Delegations came to negotiate a tariff, to request troops, or to thank the crown for a benefaction. They toured the Acropolis, and among the set stops was the library. There, a librarian would show them the catalogs, the copy rooms, and a selection of prized rolls. The message was quiet and effective. Pergamon respects learning. Pergamon will treat your charters with the same care it gives to poetry and history. Many envoys left with a gift, not of silver, but of a clean copy of a rare author, a present that continued to work on the recipient long after a stipend had been spent. Eumenes wove the library into the city's public life. Readings accompanied festivals. Honorary decrees praised benefactors for donations of books as much as for grants of grain. Young men training for civic service learned to cite precedent with accuracy, because the archive sat a short walk from the gymnasium. Priests consulted treatises on ritual and calendar preserved or copied by the librarians, making the sanctuary's practice more consistent and the festival year more reliable. In a kingdom that had built its strength on predictability, the library became another engine of regularity. The court's patronage created careers that linked scholarship and service. A grammarian might spend part of his year editing an orator and part of it drafting embassy speeches that avoided inflammatory phrases in sensitive cities. A historian might be commissioned to assemble a sober account of recent wars, trimmed of boasting, to be circulated among allies as a statement of record. Such texts were not propaganda in the crude sense. They were tools for maintaining a shared understanding of events. In the Hellenistic world, where rumor traveled faster than truth, a trusted narrative had the value of a garrison. The Pergamene approach to controversy was distinctive. The court encouraged debate among scholars but asked for conclusions that could be used. Disagreements over the correct reading of a poet or over the authorship of a history were aired and recorded, yet catalogues did not become battlegrounds. Instead, indices noted divergences and pointed readers to arguments. This habit shaped political culture too. When cities disputed boundaries or privileges, Pergamene judges cited not only laws and charters, but the reasoning that brought them to a decision. Over time, subjects learned that disagreement under Pergamon did not mean confusion. It meant a process that produced a usable answer. As the library's reputation grew, it attracted texts from beyond the Greek world. Translations and paraphrases entered the shelves, sometimes through allied rulers, sometimes through traders who had discovered that a clean copy of a foreign wisdom text could command a good price in a court that valued knowledge. Pergamon did not pretend to become universal overnight, but it cultivated a cosmopolitan temper that befitted a kingdom sitting at the meeting point of coasts and inland routes. The presence of such works strengthened diplomatic ties with communities that saw their traditions respected rather than erased. Material culture around the library adapted accordingly. Toolmakers fashioned finer pens and knives. Dye merchants supplied inks suited to parchment. Leather workers learned to prepare protective cases for rolls that traveled with envoys. Book traders established predictable market days in the lower city, confident that even if the library did not buy, some scholar or official would. These trades drew in craftspeople from the countryside and created a secondary economy linked to letters. The political effect was real. People who earned their living from a stable cultural institution developed a stake in the Attalid peace. Attalus II, brother and close partner to Eumenes, proved an ideal collaborator in this world of letters. He had a steady hand for administration and a taste for the arts without the vanity that sometimes ruins patrons. He supervised commissions to copy and illuminate key texts, oversaw appointments when librarianship became contested among rival schools, and ensured that scholarly salaries arrived in full. He also used the library's expertise to refine diplomatic protocol. Pergamene envoys carried letters whose phrasing had been tested like verse, avoiding ambiguities that could trigger quarrels. Such craft made small states feel that dealing with Pergamon was safe. Nothing would be sprung on them by a tricky turn of phrase. Not every tale attached to Pergamon's learning age can be taken at face value, and Eumenes himself seems to have preferred sober claims over marvelous ones. Yet even the myths, like the story that parchment rose because papyrus was withheld, signal how contemporaries perceived the city as a place that solved problems of culture with practical ingenuity. That perception, true or embellished, helped Pergamon in hard times. Allies are more likely to stand fast for a partner they admire. Pergamon had learned to argue with coins, laws, and books. Now Eumenes II set the hill itself to speaking. Architecture became policy. The Acropolis, already layered with sanctuaries and stoas, was reshaped into a single, legible experience that taught visitors what Attalid rule meant. At its center stood the Great Altar, a structure that fused devotion, artistry, and political memory into one long lesson in stone. The decision to build at scale followed hard administrative work. Roads and courts had stabilized the new territories after Apamea. The library had given Pergamon a voice respected across the Greek world. What remained was to bind these achievements into a place that could teach without interpreters. The Acropolis offered the perfect classroom. Every envoy, pilgrim, and merchant climbed it. Every festival moved along its terraces. If the path itself carried a story, Pergamon's values would reach thousands who might never read an Attalid decree. Eumenes began by thinking about movement. Approaches were engineered to slow the ascent into stages. Visitors rose from the lower city through gates that framed the horizon, then stepped into courtyards where long colonnades guided the eye toward monuments. The sequencing mattered. First came calm, open stoas where citizens gathered, where decrees were read, and where disputes were settled. Then, at turns chosen with care, came drama, sculpted groups that showed order battling chaos, virtue restraining violence, gods and heroes overcoming figures that embodied disruption. The journey prepared the mind to read the altar. The altar was generous in scale without becoming a palace. Its broad platform and enveloping stair drew people upward to a deep frieze of figures in intense motion. This outer story, the battle of gods and giants, wrapped the structure in a tide of limbs, shields, and swirling drapery. The style was Pergamon at its most confident, muscles straining, faces alive with emotion, the line between victory and danger drawn in high relief. The point was not to terrify, it was to remind. Order must struggle. When it wins, it does so through discipline, courage, and favor from the divine. Inside, another narrative ran more quietly. The saga of Telephus, the local hero linked to Heracles. This inner frieze anchored Attalid identity in the land itself. Telephus's story connected Pergamon to Mysian soil, to shepherds and kings, to the healing of wounds and the founding of cities. By pairing the cosmic fight outside with the local epic within, the altar made two claims at once. Pergamon protected the civilized world, and Pergamon belonged by right to the country it ruled. Visitors who came for sacrifice left with both lessons. Materials and craft supported the message. The Attalids chose fine marble that held detail and light. Workshops carved in teams, each responsible for a stretch of frieze, yet guided by master sculptors who kept anatomy, drapery, and emotion consistent from panel to panel. Tool marks were finished to a soft sheen where skin showed and left crisper where armor or feathers needed sparkle. The difference in surfaces made the scenes read clearly at a distance and richly up close. A citizen could point out a god's steady gaze from the far side of a court. A child could trace a spear's edge with a finger and feel the rhythm of chisel blows. Logistics, often forgotten in art history, reveal policy at work. The crown marshaled quarries, carpenters, carters, and stonecutters with the same punctuality used to supply garrisons. Schedules coordinated tool deliveries with block hoists. Accounts recorded rations for teams so that no stage stalled. By keeping the project on time without starving other works, the court proved something beyond taste. It could handle complexity. City councils that watched the altar rise understood that the same hands could manage bridges, docks, and archives. Ritual life folded naturally into the new architecture. Processions that honored Athena or Asclepios now passed scenes that refreshed civic memory. Priests performed sacrifices on platforms that looked across friezes of divine struggle, making every rite a civic briefing. The altar did not overpower the older sanctuaries, it bound them. The temple of Athena remained a fixed point in the vista, her calm presence balancing the energy of the sculpted battle below. The Asclepieion in the lower city, with its culture of healing, gained new meaning when pilgrims saw Telephus's wounds tended in marble along the inner course. Piety and policy reinforced one another without a single shouted claim. The Acropolis remade diplomacy. Envoys arriving from island leagues or inland towns were guided along the designed path. Before any audience with the king, they absorbed the hill's argument. Pergamon reveres the gods. Pergamon remembers its roots. Pergamon defends order, and Pergamon's craftsmen turn ideals into durable forms. When talks began, officials could refer to what the visitors had just seen. Words about alliance and obligation were no longer abstractions. They had been carved, in effect, into the steps the envoys had climbed. In this setting, honors for allies also gained new weight. When a city received permission to set up a statue or a decree on the Acropolis, the placement was a statement. A stone beside a stretch of the giant frieze said, "Our friendship participates in the victory of order." A dedication near the Telephus panels said, "Our histories belong together." The court curated these placements with a librarian's precision, filing alliances into space so that future visitors could read the network on the walls as well as in the archives. The Acropolis plan had economic effects too. Skilled labor gathered and stayed. Workshops multiplied around the lower city to meet demand for smaller copies of admired figures, for architectural elements, and for votive offerings that echoed motifs from the hill. Merchants who supplied fine chisels, measuring cords, pigments for occasional accents, and good lamps for winter carving found steady buyers. Inns filled with foremen and clerks tracking deliveries. The building site became a school in project management, and its graduates took their skills to roadworks, aqueduct repairs, and harbor moles across the kingdom. The altar also disciplined memory. Attalid victories over the Galatians and against royal overreach could have been bragged into myth. Instead, they were abstracted into images that made ethical claims rather than literal boasts. The giants did not wear the costume of any recent enemy. They embodied the idea of disruption. Telephus's scenes did not name dynasts, they linked healing and rule. By refusing to carve current rivals into the stone, Pergamon kept the door open for later diplomacy. Former enemies could stand before the altar without feeling personally shamed. They could even accept honors in its shadow because the narrative was principle, not propaganda. Urban design tied the whole together. Terraces created controlled vistas. A turn revealed Athena's temple. A climb unveiled the altar's north run. A descent framed the library's colonnade without making it the focus. Water was managed to match dignity with comfort. Hidden channels brought springs to basins where courtyards needed cooling. Shade and light were balanced so that gatherings could linger without exhaustion. Even the paving stones taught order. Courses were laid with enough pattern to guide crowds and enough regularity to assure safety. These touches signaled a truth about Attalid rule. It cared for the ordinary experience of citizens as much as for the grand claim of kingship. The Acropolis did not become a museum. It remained a working center of government. Archives sat within a short walk of sacred courts. The Mint, though prudently distant from the densest festival traffic, fell within the administrative ring so that paymasters could move from ledger to assay without delay. Guards were present, but discreet. Their discipline reflected the hill's message. They were there to preserve dignity, not to display force. Visitors remembered being guided rather than herded. Eumenes and, increasingly, his brother Attalid II curated personnel alongside stone. Master sculptors received honors that tied them to the city, citizenship for some, rich proxeny decrees for others. Apprentices were encouraged to rotate between workshops so that styles blended into a recognizable Pergamene language instead of fragmenting into rival schools. Foremen who proved honest in accounting were promoted across domains, sometimes from building sites into provincial works. In this way, the altar trained administrators. A man who can deliver a frieze on time can deliver a bridge on time. A clerk who can reconcile a column of chisel wages can reconcile a column of tax figures. The altar's fame traveled quickly. Pilgrims carried descriptions to the islands, to mainland Greece, and beyond. Coins began to echo details of the program, not by crowding tiny scenes onto flans, but by choosing symbols that conjured the larger whole. Athena in her steady calm. Nike poised as if stepping from a victory panel. Embassies from cities proud of their own traditions discovered, sometimes to their surprise, that Pergamon's architecture spoke a language they understood without translation. The result was soft power of an unusual kind. Visitors went home believing that a hill across the water embodied and protected the values their assemblies debated and their sanctuaries guarded. The altar's inner program, the story of Telephus, proved especially useful in newly integrated regions. Governors could reference a scene where local soil and heroic destiny met, a way of saying that Pergamon did not rule as a stranger. Priests in towns far from the Acropolis requested copies of certain panels as votive gifts, creating a visual diaspora of Attalid identity that did not feel imposed. When boundary disputes reached royal judges, decisions carved in stone sometimes included small reliefs drawn from Telephus episodes, tying justice to a shared cultural memory without heavy-handed slogans. Comparison sharpened Pergamon's achievement. Other Hellenistic courts built large, Antioch along the Orontes with its colonnades, Alexandria with its palaces and causeways, but Pergamon's hill worked with a different aim. It stitched together piety, art, and administration so that citizens and allies felt guided, not awed. The lesson for a diplomatic visitor was that this kingdom used culture to clarify obligations, not to hide them. That clarity had already stabilized alliances. Now it turned the capital itself into a tool of persuasion. Eumenes' taste set the tone, but Attalus II's patience kept the program from drifting. He supervised finish work, ensured that repairs were made before fissures became cracks, and resisted additions that would clutter the story. He applied the same restraint to honors. Not every victory earned a statue, not every friend received a niche. Selectivity preserved meaning. When the court granted space on the hill, it meant something. After the triumph at Apamea and the building of a new administrative order, Pergamon faced a different test. The center was strong, the edges were restless. To the north, Bithynian rulers watched Attalid growth with wary eyes. To the northeast, the kings of Pontus probed for advantage along the Black Sea's southern rim and down into Paphlagonia. In the interior, Galatian tetrarchs weighed tribute and opportunity, prepared to raid when neighbors stumbled. Eumenes II understood that empires do not break at the core first. They fray at the border posts, the river crossings, the small towns where a king's promise must arrive as quickly as a squadron. The next decade became a study in limited war. Sharp, local conflicts fought to protect routes, punish incursions, and keep Pergamon's network intact without inviting a general conflagration. The northern frontier with Bithynia posed the most constant irritation. Prusias, seasoned and patient, wore the crown there and aimed to keep his state compact yet influential. The geography gave him options. River valleys running toward the Propontis offered choke points and bargaining chips. If he held a bridge town or sponsored a friendly garrison, he could make Pergamene traffic slower and more expensive. He could also encourage dissidents just beyond Attalid watchtowers, forcing Eumenes to choose between overextension and risk. The cause and effect were clear. Each time Pergamon improved a road spine, Bithynia sought a lever to dull its advantage. Eumenes answered with habits formed during earlier years. He avoided declarations that would turn a border quarrel into a crusade. Instead, he pushed for facts on the ground. Forts that controlled junctions were repaired and resupplied. Watchtowers were paired in lines so that a single signal could summon a company rather than a handful of men. Contracts with river pilots were rewritten to guarantee service to royal convoys, even when local magnates applied pressure. Where Prusias leaned on a town, Pergamon sweetened the alternative with tax remissions and judicial privileges, benefits that made neutrality expensive and loyalty profitable. Skirmishes came as predictably as the seasons. A Bithynian detachment would test an outpost. Pergamene cavalry would respond within a day, pressing hard enough to punish but not so hard as to invite a counter-raid deep into Bithynia. When an Attalid escort was ambushed along a wooded stretch, Eumenes ordered the timber cut back a measured distance on either side of the road and posted a rotating picket. The message was that attacks would change the landscape against the attacker. Over time, these quiet alterations made the frontier less hospitable to surprise and more responsive to law. The court's tone remained disciplined. Pergamon lodged formal protests with Bithynian envoys, complete with sworn statements from merchants and farmers, then sent reciprocal signals of restraint. No garrison would cross a specified stream unless attacked. No pursuit would breach a listed boundary. By carving these rules into stone at border shrines, Eumenes turned them into shared expectations. When incidents occurred, both sides could point to agreed lines and argue a case. Disputes did not vanish, but they became manageable. In a world that often slid toward vendetta, that was governance. To the northeast, the challenge was different. Pharnaces, the Pontic king, sought to lift his house beyond coastal confines. His eyes fell on Paphlagonia and parts of inland country where power had loosened after Apamea. He combined diplomacy and pressure, courting cities that wanted attention and sending troops where attention alone did not open gates. For Pergamon, the danger lay not in a sudden march to the Caicus. but in a slow encirclement that would draw neutral towns into the Pontic orbit and make Attalid convoys thread a needle between new enemies and old obligations. Eumenes built a counterweight by coalition. He strengthened ties with the Cappadocian king Ariarathes, whose realm sat between Pontus and Seleucid interests to the south. The bargain was pragmatic. Cappadocia brought cavalry and knowledge of highland war. Pergamon brought coin, siege equipment, and the diplomatic standing to argue in councils west of the Halys. Together, they cold-shouldered Pharnaces where he sought to recruit and pressed him where he overreached. The aim was not conquest, it was balance at the Pontic frontier until Roman attention could be secured. Campaigning in that theater became a demonstration of Attalid method. Pergamene officers moved with annotated maps that marked wells, fodder points, and towns whose councils had promised support. When a Pontic force thrust south, Eumenes used fortified way stations to slow it and to siphon off initiative. When allied contingents assembled, Pergamon supplied the stores and the bridging gear. And when winter approached, Pergamon withdrew cleanly rather than leave garrisons thinly scattered in exposed places. The effect was cumulative. Each campaign season ended with Pontus fewer promises ahead than it had hoped, and Pergamon fewer losses than such campaigns normally cost. As pressure rose, both sides sought Roman ears. Eumenes sent envoys with the kind of evidence Rome preferred, not florid speeches but lists, towns overrun, boundaries violated, former decrees ignored. He framed the conflict as a threat to the settlement Rome had just orchestrated in Asia Minor. Pharnaces offered his own narrative, presenting his moves as local corrections. Roman senators disliked being forced to choose, yet they knew that Eumenes had made prior Roman policy work on the ground. Their envoys in due course helped shape terms that obliged Pharnaces to step back from gains that threatened the equilibrium. Peace did not crown Pergamon with new provinces, but it did confirm what Eumenes wanted most, a Pontus watched by neighbors and by Rome. While Bithynia and Pontus demanded steady attention, the Galatian interior required a different blend of firmness and patience. The tetrarchies had not disappeared. They had adapted. Raiding could still be profitable when estates grew complacent or when governors rotated. Eumenes therefore treated Galatia as a test of systems. Patrols followed schedules unknown to potential observers. Beacon posts were visited and drilled without warning. Magistrates in market towns filed monthly reports on unfamiliar bands and sudden price spikes in livestock, early signs that raiders were provisioning for a push. When a threat ripened, response was rapid and proportionate. Light infantry and cavalry struck camps at dawn, captured leaders when possible, and demanded hostages as guarantees of good behavior through the next harvest season. Attalid II, the king's brother, often took the field in these actions. He understood that border security depended on personal relationships as much as on tactics. Chiefs who had been punished in one season might serve as auxiliaries the next if treated with a mix of respect and firm terms. He paid for intelligence, rewarded guides who delivered, and made clear that service to Pergamon brought food and coin delivered on schedule. Galatian leaders learned that the Attalids were not easily fooled, and that promises made under Pergamene's seal were kept. Over time, raiding became less a proud vocation and more a risky venture best avoided near the kingdom's core. The social side of frontier policy mattered as well. Pergamon did not rely only on soldiers to keep peace. It settled craftsmen and muleteers at key nodes along the roads, men and women whose livelihood depended on steady traffic. These economic garrisons formed the early warning system that armies alone can never provide. A muleteer who hears about waylaying a day before a patrol does can save a caravan by a change of pace or route. Governors held regular markets under guard in places that had been thinly served, demonstrating that trade would flow if communities cooperated. In this way, the crown made deprivation the price of disorder and prosperity the reward for partnership. The Attalid court managed optics with care. Victories on the periphery were not trumpeted in poems carved on stone. They were recorded in lists, posted at district seats, and reported to allies who needed assurance. The Acropolis in the capital, with its grand altar and calm stoas, continued to teach first principles. Border work translated those principles into daily safety. Priests in small towns noticed that processions reached sanctuaries more often without incident. Farmers noticed that flocks grazed longer before being recalled. Merchants noticed that insurance rates in their informal clubs fell by a fraction. Such small facts were the coin of legitimacy. Relations with roads stayed close in these years because sea peace and land peace intertwine. Rhodian ships chased pirates who took advantage of inland distractions. Pergamon shared intelligence gathered along the coast and offered harborage for Allied patrols. Joint announcements warned would-be corsairs that assaults on Attalid convoys would be treated as assaults on a Rhodian partner, and vice versa. The alliance kept pressure on sea raiders and freed Pergamon to focus resources inland without fearing a maritime surprise. Eumenes also looked south and east, where Seleucid authority continued to contract and where Cappadocia, Galatia, and Pontus met in a complicated tangle of claims. He avoided a reflex to seize every opening. Temptation to grab a hill town could lead to an open front that lacked a supply base. Instead, he worked through charters and guardianship. Cities that petitioned for protection received it along with a formal statement of duties. Where dynastic marriages could reduce friction, the court pursued them, tying border houses to Pergamene interests without adding a single garrison to the payroll. In each theater, Pergamon's advantage lay in timing and in the moral that timing conveyed. When attacked, the kingdom responded swiftly. When mediation promised more durable results than raids, the kingdom chose patience. When allies faltered, Pergamon's coin and officers stepped in long enough to steady them and then stepped back. Rome valued that restraint. Senators remembered which kings solved problems and which exported them. The Attalids wanted to be remembered in the first category. Victory changes alliances. After Rome broke Macedon's power on the fields of Thessaly and proclaimed once more the freedom of the Greeks, Eumenes II expected that Pergamon's long record of service would translate into trust and quiet influence. For years, the Attalids had financed campaigns, steadied councils, and kept the Aegean's edges lawful. Yet, as the dust settled, a cooler mood drifted across the Tiber. Gratitude in Rome curdled into caution. The partner who had helped win the war now looked, to some senators, uncomfortably capable in peace. The reasons were layered. Pergamon's territories had grown wide after Apamea. Its administration functioned with a precision rare among eastern kingdoms. Its fleets, in concert with roads, had made sea travel predictably safe. All of this had served Roman aims when enemies pressed from many directions. But once Macedon lay quiet and Seleucid reach had been cut back, the presence of an efficient ally in Asia Minor presented a different calculation. A Pergamon that could police coasts, arbitrate disputes, and mobilize coin without asking anyone's leave was useful. It was also independent. Independence is the quality that empires respect in crisis and question in calm. The shift showed first in tone. Roman envoys arriving in Asia spoke more often about the freedom of the cities, less often about consulting Pergamene governors who had been working with those cities for years. Decrees that once ran through Pergamon's chancery before being circulated now arrived as fate's accomplice. Eumenes recognized the pattern familiar to any small state living beside a giant. Policy made in a distant capital begins to treat yesterday's indispensable friend as today's possible problem. Eumenes did not answer with anger. He answered with a journey. He sailed west to explain in person Pergamon's aims and to remind the Senate how Attalid's steadiness had saved Rome both treasure and time. The trip was calculated diplomacy. Show respect, refresh friendships, and secure clarity about the settlement in Asia Minor. But the reception in Italy cut cold. The Senate, wary of being charmed and wary of appearing to endorse a king whose influence had grown large, refused him a formal audience in the city itself. It was a public rebuke delivered with a studied smile. The message to the Mediterranean was unmistakable. Rome would set the temperature of its friendships. The cause and effect chain ran deep. Eumenes had warned Rome about Macedon's last king well before the decisive campaign. He had survived a notorious attempt on his life at a Greek sanctuary, an episode widely viewed as the work of Macedonian agents. He had then stood with Rome until the struggle ended. Yet now, with Macedon broken, some Roman leaders looked not at the past, but at the map. Pergamon's holdings pressed like a wide band along the western half of Asia Minor. In their eyes, even a loyal band could become a belt tightening around Roman freedom of movement one day. Better to keep such belts loose. The Senate tried a second lever: divide the Attalids. While Eumenes absorbed the slight, Roman attention turned warmly toward his brother Attalus, later known as Attalus II, who had long served as general, envoy, and steady hand in border affairs. Honors were heaped on him during visits. Conversations in private hinted that Rome found his counsel especially sound. The insinuation was delicate. Perhaps the next Attalid should be even closer to Rome than the current one. Pergamon's answer was disciplined. Attalus accepted courtesies but declined to play the pretender. He returned east to serve his brother more openly than before. The Senate learned that the Attalid house would not crack for the price of a few garlands. Rome reached for other tools. Commissioners touring the Aegean proclaimed new freedoms and adjustments that trimmed Pergamon's quiet influence. A few cities long managed within the Attalid orbit received charters that freed them from obligations they had willingly kept under Pergamene guardianship. In Asia's ports, Roman announcements against certain dues and monopolies sounded like justice, but cut into revenues that had funded patrols and road crews. Eumenes took the hint. He pulled back from acts that could be read as overbearing, emphasized legal procedure over personal patronage even more than before, and allowed a number of local quarrels to head directly to Roman hearing without first passing through Pergamene courts. The most consequential Roman gesture of this era fell not on Pergamon but on Rhodes. The island, whose seamanship had been a pillar of the coalition, found itself under suspicion for too much self-confidence when the Great Wars had ended. Rome undercut Rhodian commerce by making a rival harbor a free port, a move that shifted trade patterns in a way that weakened Rhodes's leverage and, indirectly, Pergamon's naval partner. Eumenes read the lesson. Rome would not allow any ally to grow indispensable at sea or on land. He adjusted by investing more in direct Pergamene capacity along the littoral and by presenting every patrol, every escort, as a service rendered under the umbrella of Roman peace. Meanwhile, to Pergamon's north and east, neighbors watched the slights and sniffed opportunity. Bithynian and Pontic envoys began to season their petitions in Rome with accusations that Pergamon pressed too hard on frontier communities. Prusias in Bithynia cultivated Roman friendships and framed his own encroachments as defensive. Pharnaces in Pontus, still ambitious though constrained, whispered that Attalid officers meddled in places where small kings ought to be left alone. The Senate, ready to hear such stories, listened. Eumenes replied with the only antidote that works in such climates: records. He shipped to Italy copies of compacts, boundary stones transcribed with their dates, and witness lists from market towns. Where slander thrives, paper and stone can still slow it down. Back in the capital, the Acropolis continued to do its quiet work. Pergamon did not answer insult with rage or self-pity. It answered by keeping festivals on time, courts on circuit, and roads repaired. The altar's story of lawful struggle taught citizens that authority must endure test without tantrum. Envoys who came through the hill during these years often remarked in their decrees that Pergamon kept its dignity and restraint. That mattered. Cities measuring whether to stick with a patron listened closely for the tone of his discouragement. Eumenes's tone remained dry and reliable. Still, he understood that the kingdom needed to reduce the number of issues on which Rome could plausibly complain. He and Attalus reviewed frontier practices and changed them in small but telling ways. Pursuits that crossed agreed lines were curtailed unless an explicit request for aid had been lodged. Governors received instruction to give fuller written reasons when judgments cut against influential families in semi-autonomous towns. Naval officers were told to document seizures with meticulous inventories and to return goods quickly when inquiries showed error. These moves did not weaken control, they made it transparent. It is harder to resent a ruler who behaves like a magistrate. Diplomacy pivoted to long horizons. Eumenes sent younger envoys to Italy for extended stays, not to lobby in emergencies but to learn faces, habits, and the subtle hierarchies of Roman politics. They brought books, small Pergamene gifts, and an ear for what bothered allies of Rome. They spoke not of friendship alone but of workload. If Pergamon kept certain routes secure, Roman governors would have fewer petitions to process. The argument appealed to practical men in the Senate. It reframed Pergamon from a potential rival to an administrative blessing. At the same time, Eumenes continued to reinforce ties with neighbors who did not fear Attalid competence. The Cappadocian court remained a partner in containing Pontic aims. A number of island communities, weakened by the blow to Rhodes, welcomed Pergamon's more visible presence as long as it arrived in the quiet Attalid style, a subsidy for harbor maintenance, a garrison requested rather than imposed, a decree that praised local pride while setting out shared obligations with legal clarity. Step by step, Pergamon rebuilt a maritime buffer that did not rely on a single great partner. Rome saw this, and because the network reduced problems rather than multiplied them, the Senate increasingly let it be. Eumenes also exploited a truth about empire. Even suspicious hegemons need results. When piracy spiked along certain routes, Pergamon moved fast, seized hulls, processed cases cleanly, and wrote to Roman officials with the dates, the names, and the reasons. When banditry rose on a frontier road, the kingdom doubled patrols and sent Rome the figures showing a drop in complaints. Such reports built a dossier of usefulness that countered the whisper that Pergamon sought independence at Rome's expense. Independence, the papers showed, consisted in doing work Rome would otherwise have to do. Within the house, Eumenes made the suspicion his own problem, not a burden he passed down the chain. Officials understood that rashness could now cost the kingdom more than before. Attalus, accustomed to unspectacular feats of steadiness, became even more central. He led inspections rather than parades, heard petitions rather than praise songs, and traveled to ally courts, where quiet words in antechambers could prevent legal quarrels from sliding into armed incidents. The brothers presented Rome with an image calculated to soothe, a state governed by patient men who preferred rules to noise. When suspicion from Rome cooled the air around Eumenes II, Pergamon answered not by changing allies, but by changing how it worked. The adjustment was inward. Without ceremony or rupture, the court shifted from the weight of one ruler to the balance of two. Attalus II, already the kingdom's most trusted general, envoy, and fixer, stepped into daily power beside his brother. The experiment did not invent a new constitution. It formalized a family habit that the Attalids had used since Philetaerus adopted his heir. In an age when co-rule often meant intrigue, Pergamon turned it into craft. The moment for transition arrived quietly. Eumenes's long campaigns, ceaseless inspections, and journeys to placate Roman mood left their mark. Fatigue and illness shortened the hours he could spend in council and lengthened the lists he had to delegate. Attalus moved from second chair to shared chair without anyone needing to announce it. The change signaled three things at once. The king trusted his brother, the court had depth, and Pergamon's method could survive the wear of time. Co-regency began with access. Attalus was given full keys to the tools that made Pergamon run. The treasury schedules, the mints output plans, the road and garrison rosters, the archive indexes, and the temple calendars. He did not grab them. They were placed in his hands. That gesture told governors and city councils that decisions from Attalus carried the same seal as those from Eumenes. It also told Rome that there would be no scramble for influence inside Pergamon. Whoever spoke for the Attalids spoke for both. Division of labor followed. Eumenes kept the long arc, strategy, treaty posture, and the final word on appointments to the most sensitive posts. Attalus took the frictions that define rule in a living state. He rode the periphery, inspected posts, heard petitions, and sat through local wrangles until a practical settlement emerged. When frontier chiefs needed a stern visitor who could still shake hands afterward, Attalid came. When a harbor town begged for a new mole, he checked the site himself, asking the questions that keep promises realistic. Where would stone be quarried? Who would cart it? How would winter storms be deflected while work went on? Because co-rule rests on trust, the brothers hardened its habits with paper. Minutes of joint decisions were entered with both names, so clerks could cite them without error. Disagreements, inevitable among competent men, were recorded with their reasons, then resolved before instructions went out. In this way, subordinates never saw a divided front. The archive shows a tone of steady unity. The Attalids say. The Attalids grant. The Attalids require. Even private letters to allies avoided the language of factions. Pergamon's partners read the reassuring plural everywhere it mattered. The sanctuaries absorbed and reflected the new arrangement. The cult of Philetaerus, the house's founding benefactor, received rituals that drew both brothers into public view at measured intervals, so that citizens saw continuity in worship as well as in policy. Athena's precinct featured dedications that named Eumenes and Attalid together, usually with verbs of service rather than boast. At the Asklepieion in the lower city, where healing and civic hope met, thanks for recoveries and petitions for health often invoked both rulers, a reminder that personal well-being and public order were linked in Pergamon's imagination. Co-regency sharpened the army's rhythm. Attalid standardized rotation at frontier forts so that no single commander sat long enough to grow local roots that might tempt misuse. He insisted on drills for mixed detachments, infantry and cavalry, city militia and royal troops, so that a district could respond to trouble without waiting for perfect composition. He kept the mobile columns light, packs weighed, mules counted, spare sandals and nails checked. Officers learned that their regent knew the difference between a tidy roster and a column that could actually move at dawn after rain. That knowledge disciplined reports. Numbers began to match realities more often than they had before. Naval practice also benefited. With roads chastened by Roman policy and then adjusting to a smaller role, Pergamon had to shoulder more of its own coastal security. Attalid built on earlier investments by turning a handful of harbors into dependable bases. Stores dry, slipways sound, carpenters under contract, signal codes agreed with nearby watch posts on shore. He refined convoy procedures so that merchants who met the minimum standards, hull inspection, crew lists, cargo manifests, could expect escort on advertised days. Predictability, the old Attalid virtue, went to sea under new management. Attalid the diplomat kept pace with Attalid the organizer. He visited courts that mattered for Pergamon's margin of safety, Cappadocia, small island leagues, and a cluster of Asia Minor cities that stood at choke points, and brought neither lions nor boasts. He brought clean copies of old agreements, proposals written in language crafted with help from the library's scholars, and moderate gifts that aligned with local pride, a contribution to a gymnasium, a set of ritual vessels for a sanctuary, a small grant for harbor stones. He was careful to let councils vote their thanks in words they chose, so that decrees sounded like themselves rather than like Attalid scripts. People remember respect. Rome remained the largest theater, and here co-rule proved most useful. Eumenes could afford to stay put and govern while Attalid sailed west to keep relations warm. In Italy, Attalid accepted honors without fawning, avoided discussions that invited him to disparage his brother, and spoke about workload, not glory. He described in detail what Pergamon's posts had absorbed so that Roman governors did not have to. Petitions processed, seizures reversed when mistaken, pirates tried with inventories kept to Roman standards. He framed Pergamon as a partner cutting down Rome's pile of chores. Senators who had sat through long days of tedium heard the music in that pitch. Back in Asia, Attalid continued the legalistic strategy that had softened Roman suspicion. He encouraged district governors to publish more reasons for their decisions and to keep protest windows open a little longer. He also expanded the circuits of assize courts by a day here and there, allowing more commercial suits to be heard before grievance ripened into grievance plus grievance. These small additions cost little and yielded much goodwill. Merchants talk. A few fair days at court can make an entire region calmer the next season. Inside the palace, co-regency rearranged the staff in subtle ways. Clerks formerly assigned to one ruler's desks moved between the two as needed, learning the men's habits and smoothing differences of style. The mint and the treasury operated with a single calendar, so that no festival or payday forced last-minute raids on storehouses. The library's scholars continued to support policy with drafts and clean copies, now often labeled for joint use. A Pergamon decree began to feel like a living template, precise enough to stand on its own, flexible enough to be adapted by either brother without loss of intention. Attalid also proved shrewd about the symbol of succession. He did not parade heirs or make theatrical claims. He adopted the title Philadelphus, brother-loving, not as ornament, but as policy. The name said that Pergamon's house solved the anxious problem of inheritance by attachment rather than rivalry. Cities noticed. They remembered other dynasties where brothers had become daggers. In Pergamon, the name that could have been a boast became a pledge. This is how we will pass things on. The economy under co-rule kept its nerve. Attalid continued the practice of tying benefactions to obligations, especially in newly settled and newly surveyed areas. If a town kept its bridge and patrol clauses, the crown funded a stoa or a fountain. If customs stations turned in accounts on time and without scandal, harbor repairs moved up the list. The balance of carrots and rules remained visible and fair. Governors knew that their honest labor would be recognized not just by pay, but by placement. A good district would be trusted with slightly more autonomy the next year. On the cultural front, co-regency did not mean stasis. Building continued, but with restraint. Attalid supervised finishing work on projects begun earlier, ensured maintenance budgets were real rather than rhetorical, and resisted the vanity of adding monuments that crowded the Acropolis's clear narrative. He strengthened the library's ties with allied cities by encouraging exchanges of scholars and by endowing small reading rooms near district seats, places where clerks and counselors could consult standard texts. Knowledge became another road connecting the capital to the provinces. Security on the periphery did not slacken. If anything, Attalid's frequent presence made local commanders more alert. Bithynian tests still came, Pontic ambitions still flickered, Galatian chiefs still calculated. The difference lay in timing. Under co-regency, Pergamon seemed to get there half a day earlier to write the letter that calmed a council a week sooner to repair the culvert before spring floods. It is hard to measure prevention in chronicles, yet contemporaries who left inscriptions thanking the Attalids in these years often mention an unusual word for kings: punctual. The brothers also used marriage and guardianship as tools to reduce volatility without annexing land. When neighboring houses needed a mediator for a marriage or a trustee for a minor heir, Pergamon agreed only if the terms could be written to restrain border adventures. The price of Attalid guardianship was peace. Families that accepted the bargain discovered that a generation raised under settled rules often preferred the calm. Thus, co-regency extended order not as conquest, but as tutelage. Inevitably, slander visited. Rivals whispered in Rome that Attalid courted the Senate for himself, or that Eumenes plotted to edge his brother aside once health returned. The stories did not stick. Every public act showed the opposite. When Eumenes signed, he named Attalid. When Attalid judged, he cited Eumenes. When both appeared before a sanctuary's altar, they divided no honors. Consistency makes rumor tired. By the time new tales were spun, the old ones had already failed to move their audience. The greatest test of the arrangement was not military and not even Roman. It was internal spirit. Co-rule can drain initiative if subordinates wait for double consent on every triviality. Attalid and Eumenes avoided that drag by writing down what did and did not require both signatures. They authorized governors up to set sums and set penalties. They gave naval officers discretion within published rules of engagement. They limited appeals to the center on matters better settled in district courts. The crown remained final where principal or large sums were at stake. Otherwise, it pushed decisions down and demanded written reasons up. Over time, the machine ran faster, not slower, under two hands. When Eumenes' strength finally ebbed past recovery, the kingdom did not lurch. Attalid simply stepped from shared seat to single seat, and the desks did not have to be moved. Letters changed the salutation and nothing else. Governors continued their circuits. The mint kept its timetable. Festivals followed the calendar that had been stabilized years before. Even before formal coronation, allies addressed Attalid as the man who had already been doing the work. Rome, accustomed to seeing him, offered courtesies without drama. The transition had become maintenance, not crisis. Attalid II inherited a kingdom that ran on schedules. Roads were posted, courts sat on circuit, and alliances functioned because letters and coin arrived when promised. His signature innovation was to extend that reliability by planting it in stone along the coasts and corridors that mattered most. He treated cities not only as places to govern, but as instruments to play, founding, refounding, and equipping them so that Pergamon's interests could be heard far from the Caicus Valley without marching an army every time a problem arose. In these years, urban policy became grand strategy. The method began with geography. Attalid looked for gaps where existing harbors, markets, or passes left to seem unsecured. He then chose a site that could tie sea to road, road to interior, and interior to revenue. Each foundation or refoundation came with a charter that spelled out rights and duties in the Attalid style, clear, public, and linked to performance. A town that kept its mole sound, its bridge planked, and its patrols regular would see customs dues reduced and civic privileges expanded. A town that failed would lose those benefits until it corrected course. In this way, the king planted not just walls and colonnades, but routines. The best known of these coastal moves was the foundation of Attaleia on the Pamphylian shore. The location mattered. Pirates prowled those waters, and old power centers to the east and south still cast long cultural shadows. By establishing a new harbor with Attalid backing, Attalid created a maritime hinge between the Rhodian sphere and the less predictable coastlines beyond. The city was planned with an orderly grid, a marketplace framed by stoas to shelter trade in summer heat, and a harbor shaped by moles that broke the worst swells. A small garrison watched the gate, but most of the city's safety came from incentives. Merchants who registered crews and cargoes according to posted standards could expect escort on advertised days during pirate season. Workshops for rope, pitch, and sailcloth received grants if they kept stocks at levels agreed with harbor officials. The result was a port whose predictability became its best defense. Attalid paired foundations like Attaleia with refoundations inland that strengthened the road net feeding them. He promoted towns renamed to reflect Attalid lineage and loyalties, communities such as Apollonis in honor of the Queen Mother, and others that carried the names of the house. Renaming was not vanity. It created a family of cities that reminded subjects and allies alike that these places shared rules and expectations. In the archives, their charters read with a familiar cadence. Inspection schedules, patrol obligations, market weights, festival calendars tied to reliable disbursements from the crown. Pergamon's own maritime face, the port of Aleia, received a corresponding lift. Slipways were repaired and extended. Timber yards gained roofed sheds so that stock did not rot under winter rains. A standard drill book for harbor guards laid out signal codes for friendly squadrons and alert procedures for strange sails at dusk. The design was not to mount heroic sea battles, but to ensure that funnels of trade worked like clockwork. A kingdom that controls its funnels controls its fate. City founding also served diplomacy in the classic Greek sense. It generated networks of civic friendship. New towns entered into proxy relations with older polis, exchanging honors and host duties that turned individuals, merchants, magistrates, priests, into living bridges. Attalus' chancery encouraged these ties by drafting model decrees that cities could adapt, saving councils the labor of invention and keeping the language clean. A merchant treated as a guest in Attaleia because his home city had enrolled an Attalian as proxenos would go home and argue for further trade privileges. Such personal bonds, multiplied across seasons, made alliances durable at the human scale. Where older cities guarded proud histories, Attalus practiced refoundation rather than replacement. He respected existing urban identity while rebuilding critical infrastructure. A worn harbor might receive new stones and an Attalid inscription that praised the local council for cooperation. A theater might be reinforced when it doubled as an assembly space, keeping politics resilient in bad weather. A gymnasium might gain a wing for instruction in letters, supplied with a small shelf of standard texts copied at Pergamon. These works were not imperial overlays. They were upgrades that taught communities to expect the steady benefits of Attalid order. Foundations and refoundations came with settlers, but not only soldier farmers. Attalus favored planting mixed colonies of artisans, muleteers, and clerks who could make a postwork on day one. He offered land parcels and tax holidays to families who promised to keep specified services, wheelwrighting, baking for garrison and convoys, ferrying, at fixed prices. Such economic garrisons gave cities a heartbeat that did not rely on the presence of a legion. When caravans arrived, someone could shoe a mule, repair a spoke, and copy a contract on parchment without haggling over extortionate rates. The policy made Attalid towns magnets for trade and intelligence. A well-run bakery hears news before a palace does. Coinage and law traveled with these urban seeds. Mints in select centers struck silver to Pergamene standards, bearing divine types that readers of Attalid policy could recognize at a glance. Assize circuits added stops to serve the new sites, and schedules were carved publicly so that merchants could plan lawsuits and deliveries together. The kingdom's promise was not that every case would be won, but that every case would be heard on the day posted. Cities learned that a charter with a court date is worth more than a charter full of flowery praise. The outward-facing piece of this urban strategy was perhaps most visible in Athens, where Attalus funded the great stoa along the agora's edge. The building provided shade for traders and a dignified front for public life. It also functioned as a monument to a shared civic language. Athenians experienced a foreign king's generosity in the most practical way possible, a place to transact business, to stroll, to meet, and to shelter when squalls broke over the city. The gift sang a quiet line of policy. Pergamon strengthens the spaces where Greek cities do their work. In return, Attalus received a reservoir of goodwill that no treaty alone could have purchased. Foundations along the Pamphylian and Lycian fringes also played into larger security concerns. Pirates, pushed by famine or encouraged by local dynasts, tested coasts whenever centralized power slackened. By seeding dependable ports and posting predictable convoys, Attalus reduced both the supply of willing crews and the market for stolen goods. He coordinated with Rhodes without making the island state feel overshadowed, sharing intelligence and standardizing reports so that pirate cases could be tried with evidence rather than rumor. Joint notices warned that ships assaulting Attalid convoys would face Rhodian pursuit as well, and vice versa. This legal mesh blurred the line between two allies' zones just enough to deny corsairs any safe margin. Further north, along the Propontis, Attalus drew on refounded towns to keep Bithynia from turning every river mouth into a bargaining chip. Where Prusias sought leverage, Attalus offered alternatives. A harbor restored under Attalid terms became a cheaper gate than a toll bridge manned by a Bithynian garrison. Traders vote with their keels and their carts. The routes that spared them delays became the routes that lived. Over time, city-centered policy solved problems that a skirmish could only postpone. Urban policy also gave Pergamon a way to answer Rome's cooler mood without groveling. Founding a city or endowing a harbor could be presented as a service to the general peace, a phrase Roman envoys liked to hear. Attalus sent copies of charters and opening day decrees to Italy, framing them as case studies in how a loyal ally extended order at its own expense so that Roman officials need not. Senators who had once feared Attalid overreach found it harder to object to a program that produced fewer petitions and safer merchants. A city is less threatening than an army. Inside these foundations, the Attalid approach to religion knit civic life to royal policy. New altars and small temples accompanied charter parchments. Local deities received careful respect, and the calendar of festivals integrated royal dedications without displacing existing rites. Priests were consulted on procession routes before stones were set, ensuring that sacred traffic would flow smoothly. Perception mattered. Subjects needed to feel that the king's urban hand improved their worship rather than managing it. When processions ran on time along fresh pavement, when pilgrims slept in clean guest houses next to harbor colonnades, gratitude attached to the crown without strain. Attalid's letters to councils during these projects carry a human tone that complements the blueprints. In one exchange preserved in later copies, he praises a city for finishing its bridge before the rains, then adds a practical note reminding the council to leave an open bay for market stalls on the down riverside. In another, he thanks a guild of muleteers for keeping rates steady during a bad season and offers to renew their tax relief if they maintain the posted schedule through the autumn crush. These are not the words of a distant conqueror. They are the notes of a manager king who keeps his eye on the detail that makes a policy real. The social fabric of new and renewed cities thickened quickly. Gymnasia trained young men in letters and drill under the same roof. Theaters served as venues for decrees and for touring philosophers who found the Attalid network a hospitable circuit. Local elites discovered that service as a gymnasiarch or agoranomos under an Attalid charter carried prestige beyond the city walls, because Pergamon's chancery recognized and recorded it. A career could now rise from market bench to provincial audience without a detour through courtier intrigue. City founding became a quiet counter to rival monarchies as well. When Pontic agents tried to win influence in coastal communities by funding altars or hiring ships, Attalid's cities could match or outdo them with the credibility of a full urban package, not just a gift, but a working harbor, a court date, and a convoy schedule. Where Bithynia waved threat from a river fort, Attalid's towns waved receipts and posted tariffs. People who move goods for a living do not forget the difference. The web stretched inland through refounded nodes in Phrygia and Lydia. Towns like Eumenia and Philadelphia, tied by name and charter to the Attalid house, served as stepping stones for caravans climbing from the coast to the plateau. Each offered water, shelter, a magistrate who knew Attalid procedure, and a shelf of standard texts in a small reading room supplied from the Pergamon library. This last touch turned law into culture. A counselor who could consult a clean copy of a treaty model was less likely to draft a clause that would provoke dispute. A scribe who had seen a proper edict would not be tempted to substitute a poetic flourish where precision was called for. When Attalus II's long, patient stewardship ended, Pergamon passed to his nephew, Attalus III. The new king did not resemble his uncle. Where Attalus II thrived on councils, circuits, and carefully worded charters, Attalus III turned inward. He preferred gardens to harbors, instruments to embassies, and a narrow circle of confidants to the broad company of city councils. His reign was brief, but the choices he made, both in governing style and in the last legal act of his life, recast Pergamon's future and set the stage for the struggle that followed. Attalus III inherited a state that, on paper, needed only maintenance. Roads were stout, ports rehearsed their routines, assize circuits were posted months ahead, and a necklace of foundations from the coast to the plateau held the kingdom's weight. The first months of his rule suggested continuity. Pay chests arrived on schedule, and district governors received the usual circulars confirming their commissions. But beneath the surface, the rhythm changed. Summons to the capital grew rarer for magistrates beyond the core. The king called for fewer public audiences and more private reports. Pergamon's strength had long been a habit of listening, broad, patient, and regular. Now listening became selective. The new temper had causes in person and in policy. Attalid III was learned and meticulous. He studied pharmacology and botany with the focus of a scholar, worked metals with his own hands, and kept notes on grafting, soils, and medicinal compounds. He valued precision and disliked the improvisations of politics. Those traits served him well in laboratories and gardens. They served him less well in a world where governors and allied councils needed a visible hand to smooth disputes before they ripened into quarrels. The result was an administration that closed in on itself, tightened processes, and suspected the human friction that earlier Attalids had learned to manage with steady conversation. That suspicion sharpened into purges. Ancient accounts, often colored by later hostility, speak of executions and confiscations among high officers and courtiers. We need not accept every hostile line to see the pattern. The king distrusted men who had prospered under his uncle's collegial methods, and he preferred certainty even at the cost of fear. Estates changed hands under royal writ. Some governors were recalled and replaced with men known more for obedience than for tact. The message down the chain was unambiguous. Loyalty would be measured by silence and by precision in carrying out instructions, not by initiative in the field. This inward turn did not collapse the state. The skeleton the Attalids had built over decades was resilient. Courts still sat, convoys still moved, the Acropolis still hosted festivals paced by Athena's calm, and the altars sculpted warning that order requires struggle. Yet the edges of the map felt the change first. In Bithynia, agents of Prusias probed with a little more boldness, sensing that the king's eye lingered more in Pergamon's gardens than on river crossings. In the northeast, Pontic interest pricked once again at corridors that had settled under Attalid II's attentive diplomacy. Galatian chiefs watched, tested a market road here and there, and learned whether pickets answered as quickly as before. In many places they did. In some, response times lengthened by a day. Such margins repeated altar calculations. The king's inwardness also touched the realm of allies. Pergamon had long relied on a network of city friendships kept strong by timely benefactions, legal clarity, and the presence of Attalid envoys at councils that mattered. Attalid III did not abolish gifts or recall envoys wholesale, but he slowed the personal attention that made those connections feel alive. A harbor stoa scheduled for repair received its funds, but the promised visit that would have turned a financial transaction into a public bond did not happen. A festival grant arrived, yet no royal representative stood in the procession to signal that Pergamon remembered the community's pride. The ledger balanced, the feeling cooled. Inside the capital, the king's interests bore fruit of a different kind. Workshops produced fine instruments and vessels under his direct oversight. The library's circle of scholars found a patron who preferred treatises to decrees, and new texts on plants and materials circulated along the Attalid book routes. Pergamon's reputation for precise craft deepened, now linked not only to sculptures and charters, but to measured recipes for dyes and salves. Citizens could point to practical gains, better tools, improved gardens, cleaner water channels in parts of the city where the king's exacting standards left their mark. Yet, even admirers noticed that the city sounded different, less of the hum of embassies and more of the quiet of laboratories. The tension between the polished center and the watchful periphery was political as well as administrative. Pergamon lived under the gaze of Rome. The Senate, which had cooled toward Eumenes II and then found Attalid II a useful partner, now observed a king who did not seek constant conversation. Some Roman voices found this welcome. An Eastern monarch who stayed home and did not multiply embassies meant fewer debates on the Tiber. Others worried that an inward Pergamene court might miss a shift on the frontier until the message arrived in the form of a crisis. Rome's interest in predictability never waned. Pergamon's inwardness risked introducing lag into a system that Roman officials had come to rely on. It is within this context that the most consequential act of Attalid III's rule belongs: his will. The king had no children. The Attalid house, which had solved succession for generations through adoption, partnership, and careful training, now faced a gap that the usual remedies could not quickly fill. Rather than ignite a struggle among rivals within and beyond the house, rivals who might invite foreign aid or court Roman favor in ways that would tear the network the Attalids had built, Attalus chose to bequeath the kingdom to Rome. That decision shocked and divided contemporaries. To some, it looked like the act of a scholar tired of politics, handing his inheritance to the one power he believed could hold it together. To others, it read as a hard, clear calculation. Only Rome had the legitimacy, force, and distance to prevent Asia Minor from becoming a battleground of neighbors the day after an Attalid funeral. In either reading, the will was consistent with the king's temperament. He opted for certainty, the certainty of a named heir whose claim no regional player could plausibly gainsay, instead of trusting the old Attalid method to produce a successor who would have to prove himself while rivals circled. The will's immediate effects rippled along every road Pergamon had laid. District governors received copies of the dispositive clauses. City councils that had honored Attalid charters for decades asked whether those charters would now be confirmed by a Roman magistrate or replaced by new terms. Harbor officials measured what a change of sovereign would mean for customs dues, convoy schedules, and the jurisdiction of seizure in piracy cases. Priests wondered whether Rome would let festivals proceed without interruption. For a state that had taught itself to expect punctual answers, the period after the will was an education in waiting. In Italy, the Senate read the bequest with a mixture of opportunity and alarm. Accepting a kingdom was not the same as accepting a friend's gift. It required decisions on administration, on the division of territory between direct control and client arrangements, and on how to keep other powers from using the transition to advance claims. Rome's answer would take months, then years, and while senators weighed, others acted. The vacuum invited a claimant, a man who called himself Eumenes, asserting a blood connection to the house, rallied opposition under the promise of restoring an independent Pergamon. His cause mixed dynastic rhetoric with social grievance, drawing on unrest among those who feared new taxes or the loss of privileges under distant Roman oversight. This response to the will exposed a layer of Pergamene reality that the kingdom's efficiency had long kept smooth, social strain within and between cities. The Attalids had generally balanced obligations with benefits, but even a fair system produced losers or the feeling of loss among some groups. Dispossessed magnates from earlier purges, sailors whose livelihoods depended on Rhodian-centered routes, laborers in places where new foundations had shifted patterns of work. A sudden change in sovereignty threatened to crystallize scattered resentments into organized resistance. The man who styled himself Eumenes understood that potential and moved to harness it as banners and slogans, and as bans in the countryside. Back in Pergamon, reactions to the will split along lines that did not map neatly onto courtier versus commoner. Some officials, exhausted by the years of suspicion and purges, welcomed the clarity of Roman rule. Others, trained in the Attalid habit of local problem-solving, feared that distant magistrates would replace measured discretion with rigid formulas. Counselors in cities that had enjoyed proximity with Pergamon wondered whether they would now be petitioners before a governor whose calendar was set in another land. The kingdom's habits of regularity made its people good at living under a known set of rules. Change itself, more than any single rule, now strained them. Attalus III did not live to see how the bequest played out. His death closed the Attalid line. The will he left forced every actor, Roman envoys, local councils, neighboring kings, and the new claimant, to take a stand. It also forced a reckoning with the meaning of Attalid's success. Had the dynasty built a system that could be handed like a tool to any careful wielder, or had it woven a fabric that only its own hands could keep from fraying? The answer would be written in marches, sieges, and decrees over the next years. The will of Attalus III did not end Pergamon's story. It tore it open. By naming Rome as heir, the last Attalid tried to prevent the succession crises that had scarred other dynasties. Instead, His bequest created a vacuum along roads that had learned to run on schedules. Into that space stepped a claimant who called himself Eumenes III, known in many sources as Aristonikos. He offered a counter-inheritance not written on parchment but spoken in marketplaces, a return to an Attalid throne, and a different promise of freedom. His claim drew power from several sources at once. First, the old prestige of the Attalid name still mattered in towns that had prospered under Pergamon's orderly rule. Second, the will's very clarity unsettled groups that feared Roman taxation, distant governors, and the end of charters they had negotiated face-to-face with Attalid officials. Third, there were the discontents long cushioned by Attalid efficiency, men squeezed by debt, sailors pushed aside by shifting trade, laborers who had not found a place in the new-founded cities. Aristonikos reached for all of them. He took coastal points where he could, courted inland allies, and framed his cause as both restoration and liberation. He needed a story large enough to attract hearts as well as spears. That story took the shape of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, a political dream wrapped in a name. In that imagined polity, the poor and the enslaved would find a different status, and old hierarchies would bend. The Stoic thinker Blasius of Cumae, once associated with reformers in Rome, joined him and tried to give this vision philosophical legs. Ideas alone do not move garrisons, but they can give courage to those who have little else. Aristonikos's banners thus carried more than a family claim. They carried a promise that the order the Attalids had built could be repurposed for wider justice. The first moves were coastal. Seizing harbors and road mouths allowed Aristonikos to tax, to resupply, and to present his regime as a government rather than a raid. Some cities hesitated and then opened their gates, calculating that a local ruler, even a rebel, might hear petitions faster than a Roman magistrate across the sea. Others, proud of their charters and wary of disruption, shut him out. Within weeks, the map of Western Asia Minor became a patchwork. Towns in, towns out, roads contested, and convoys forced to detour. Rome could not ignore a revolt launched in the very territory it had been named to inherit. Yet the Republic did not move with one voice or one stride. The Senate first sent commissioners to survey and to soothe, then authorized force when it became clear that Aristonikos would not evaporate under proclamations. A commander of note, Publius Licinius Crassus Mucianus, took charge of early operations. He knew Greek cities, he spoke the language of civic freedom, and he sought to pry Aristonikos's urban allies away with offers of renewed privileges under Roman protection. The campaign mixed negotiation with siege. It also revealed how hard it is to reconstruct a network once it has been shocked. Gates opened and closed, councils reversed themselves under fear or enthusiasm, and every victory required repair crews as much as trumpets. Fighting in the interior turned on the Attalid inheritance of roads and forts. Aristonikos used that same skeleton, turning stations into rally points and hilltops into bargaining chips. Royalist garrisons, some still staffed by men who had served under Attalus II, held keynotes and sent urgent pleas to Rome and to neighboring dynasts for help. The Cappadocian court answered, remembering old cooperation with Pergamon against Pontus. Bithynia, calculating advantage, sent signals of concern while measuring where its leverage might grow. Rhodes, weakened from past Roman rebukes, yet still jealous of sea order, found itself drawn again into patrols lest piracy flourish under the cover of revolt. The war produced sharp turns of fortune. Crassus pressed the revolt inland and sought a decisive engagement. In the clash and confusion of maneuver, he was killed. The loss shocked the coalition and gave Aristonikos a brief surge of momentum. His followers spoke of destiny, of the gods favoring restoration, but momentum without logistics fades. Rome sent another commander, Marcus Perperna, a man less dazzling and more patient. He tightened sieges, cut routes Aristonicus needed, and treated cities that hesitated with measured kindness if they came back early, and with firm penalties if they dallied too long. Perperna's method resembled the old Attalid style, turned against a pretender. Bind allies with predictable promises, move supplies on time, read counsels as carefully as maps, and let the rebel exhaust himself where enthusiasm outran administration. The net tightened. Cities that had thought to profit from straddling saw trade stall, market towns that had dreamed of Heliopolis found that poetic names do not by themselves provision granaries. Battles were still fought, but the decision came more from weeks of blockade and months of careful marching than from a single heroic day. Aristonicus was forced into flight, then into surrender. Captured, he was led in triumph and executed, and his experiment in counter-inheritance ended on Roman terms. The fighting settled the question of who would rule. It did not, by itself, settle how the new rule would feel. For that, Rome sent Manius Aquilius to arrange the land and to mark the lines that would become the province later called Asia. His work combined apportionment and adjudication. Some districts formerly under Pergamon passed directly into Roman administration. Others were confirmed in the hands of allied dynasts. Certain free cities had their liberties recognized anew. On paper, the settlement looked like a rationalization of the Attalid map. In practice, it began a new political economy. The Attalids had taxed with schedules and with a reputation for punctuality. Rome introduced the system of publicani, the tax farmers, who bid for the right to collect revenue and then tried to make their bids good. Where Pergamene officials had been paid to meet targets and punished for squeezing beyond them, Roman contractors sought surplus as profit. In cities used to law-backed clarity, this change felt like a tide running against the grain. Complaints rose, then petitions, then the hard learning of a new rhythm at the toll house and the customs shed. The transition also brought a shift in how justice was sought. Under the Attalids, a merchant or a city could plan for the next assize circuit and expect a king's judge to sit on the day posted. Under the new dispensation, appeals increasingly traveled to a governor whose calendar had to absorb matters across a wider territory and whose term might be short. To mitigate this, Rome sometimes left Attalid procedures in place where they worked, especially in cities whose charters had become regional standards. But even with such concessions, the center of decision moved further away. For a people trained to expect an answer from Pergamon in days, waiting for a verdict from a stranger felt like a new kind of tax. Aquilius also faced the problem that all settlements face: how to discourage the next pretender. He dealt firmly with pockets of resistance and took measures against banditry that modern readers judge harshly. Yet the larger logic of the settlement returned to the old Attalid lesson: make order pay. Cities that had bet on Aristonicus and returned early were folded back with limited penalties. Holdouts suffered reductions in their privileges. Loyalists received confirmations carved in stone. Over a few seasons, the region began to accept that Roman rule would be the frame and that inside it old habits could survive if they did not threaten the frame itself. The cultural costs and translations of the change registered in quieter ways. Pergamon's library remained. Its scholars still copied and debated. The Acropolis still drew pilgrims to the great altar. But the court that had fused letters and policy was gone. Roman governors appreciated the prestige of Pergamene learning, yet did not build their authority upon it. Some scholars found patrons across the sea, others adapted to municipal support or to wealthy private donors. The city kept a share of its old eloquence, but it no longer spoke for a kingdom. Its voice shifted from policy to memory. Trade adjusted with more ease than culture. Roads built to Attalid standards still carried carts, and harbors founded or refounded under Attalus II still sheltered hulls. Roman peace, once it settled, reduced the frequency of interstate wars that had once threatened convoys. Merchants learned new names at customs houses and new forms for petitions. Their old experience with Attalid procedures made them quick learners. Over time, the province became one of Rome's great revenue engines. proof that the machine Pergamon had assembled could be repurposed under a different sovereign. Looking back on Aristonicus's revolt, the pattern is stark. A dynasty that had ruled by punctual care and layered legitimacy left a gap that a romantic claim tried to fill with a mixture of family name and social promise. The revolt succeeded where councils were tired of waiting for distant decrees and where poverty made bold words feel like bread. It failed where it met institutions that still worked. Fortified nodes, reliable convoys, city councils trained to read charters as seriously as hymns, and allies who valued order more than slogans. Rome, once committed, fought in the Attalid way multiplied by the resources of a republic, patient, ledger-driven, and relentless. The human figures are not footnotes to this logic, they are its carriers. Aristonicus found in Blasius a mind that could wrap grievances in philosophy. He found in some coastal towns councils willing to try an experiment in hope. He found for a time energy enough to unsettle a region taught to love routine. But he met in Perperna a commander who understood that reliable logistics end poetry, and in Aquilius a magistrate who would hammer the settlement into a shape that discouraged imitation. He also met, everywhere, the ghost of Attalid governance, roads that made blockades possible, archives that proved titles, and a populace accustomed to measuring rulers by what arrived on time. When Aristonicus was led away and the last bands dispersed, Rome did not so much conquer Western Asia Minor as inherit a working machine. The Attalids had left roads that ran on posted rhythms, courts that sat in predictable circuits, harbors that paired moles with schedules, and city councils trained to read, draft, and archive law. The question was never only whether Rome wished to rule. It was how to rule without breaking the very habits that made rule possible. The province later called Asia arose from that problem. Its story shows what survives of a kingdom after the crown is gone. The first Roman administrators learned quickly that parchment beat proclamations. Manius Aquilius and those who followed him confirmed many Attalid charters in the language of Rome, then left them to function in Greek under local seals. The new province thus began with an old Attalid practice: write obligations in public and keep your calendar. What changed was the authority behind the documents. Instead of the Attalid, we grant, decrees now invoked senate and people, governor and quaestor. Yet in the council halls of cities from the coast to the plateau, the scene felt familiar. Magistrates unrolling texts, scribes copying clean clauses, elders measuring the line between privilege and duty. The most visible Roman innovation was fiscal. Revenues, once gathered by salaried officials, now fell to publicani, who bid in Rome for the right to collect and then sought profit beyond the bid. In places accustomed to Pergamon punctilio, the shift stung. Rates rose unevenly. Agents pressed claims with less patience than royal clerks. Complaints multiplied, not because citizens had grown more litigious, but because the standard by which they judged fairness had been elevated by an Attalid century of scheduled burdens and scheduled benefits. When resentment later boiled over during the Pontic Wars, the heat came not only from new pressure, but from the memory of a calmer order. Even so, Rome adopted more Attalid routines than it replaced. The assize circuit, the old royal practice of judges traveling to fixed seats to hear cases, reappeared as conventus. Governors sat at posted times in cities that had long served as regional hubs, and the calendar still mattered. Inscriptions from market towns record with plain pride that cases were heard on the day, a habit that outlived the dynasty that had taught it. Greek remained the language of civic life and provincial business, even as Latin stamped the tops of decrees and the seals of magistrates. Law did not feel foreign because its sentences still sounded local. The province also learned an Attalid lesson about soft power. Pergamon had woven sanctuaries and festivals into policy. Rome, though otherwise minded about religion, recognized value in the same fabric. In the late decades of the 1st century BCE, the cities organized a koinon, an assembly of Asia that expressed civic pride inside the provincial frame. They raised a temple at Pergamon to Roma and to the living princeps, turning the Acropolis into a new stage where Greek forms gave shape to Roman loyalty. Processions climbed the hill as before. Honors were voted in the language of the polis. Envoys carried decrees to a center that was no longer a royal court, but retained the dignity of a capital. The hill taught again, now with a different patron. Roads proved the most durable gift. Attalid engineers had chosen fewer routes in perfect order over many in disrepair. Roman governors adopted that triage. They used the same spines to move troops and justice, added milestones in Latin, and continued the policy of placing reliable way stations where caravans and couriers needed water and roof. A Pergamon bridge mended under a Roman budget remained a Pergamon bridge in the memory of villagers. Travelers who had learned to count hours between posts under Eumenes II now counted them again under men whose names changed each year. Harbors kept their character. Elea served as a provincial lung. Attalus II's foundations on the southern coast survived as safe funnels for grain and wood. Rome valued the funnels more than the inscriptions on their arches. Convoy practice resumed under new flags. Pirates learned that an escort schedule, once printed and repeated, created a net in which rashness drowned. Rhodian patrols still mattered, but now they worked within a wider Roman peace that slowly thickened across the sea lanes. The effect was cumulative. Merchants accepted new forms at customs houses because their keels still found familiar shelter. In the law courts, Attalid precedent lived on in method. Royal judges had written short opinions and carved new rules when a case set a line that others would follow. Roman governors who came and went lacked time to invent pedagogy, so they leaned on municipal clerks trained by Attalid schooling. The city archives supplied copies of old decrees to show what had been decided in the time of the kings, and those habits nudged provincial practice toward continuity. The result was a paradox. The province felt different to those who had known the last Attalids, but to younger men in city councils it felt like the way things had always been done, only with more Latin in the headings. Culture did not wither, though it changed its sponsor. The library remained a working institution. Copyists kept producing clean texts. Grammarians continued their quarrels over Homer. Archivists filed decrees beside treatises in the same meticulous hands. Roman magistrates visited for show and sometimes for help, borrowing the library's expertise when drafting letters that would travel into Greek cities. Pergamene scholars found patrons across the sea and sent corrected editions westward. In this modest way, the Attalid ideal that governance and learning belonged together persisted as craft rather than doctrine. The great altar endured as well. Pilgrims and magistrates came to stand before the giant frieze and to read the lesson of gods and giants as a parable for new times. The imagery no longer pointed toward Attalid warfare on the periphery. It invited viewers to imagine that Roman order, too, was a bulwark against disruption. Without changing a line of marble, the structure made itself useful to a new sovereign. That is what lasting monuments do. They tutor whoever climbs their steps. Municipal life in the Attalid mold deepened under Roman oversight. Gymnasia kept their schedules, theaters doubled as assembly halls, markets displayed the familiar standards of weights and measures. The careers of local notables followed an old ladder with new rungs. A man who had served as agoranamos might rise to serve as priest of the provincial cult. A scribe who had learned Attalid clarity might draft edicts for a Roman governor with an economy and precision that made him indispensable. Across generations, the province turned Attalid habits into provincial common sense. There were losses. The careful balance between burden and benefit that Eumenes II had achieved gave way, in some years, to the rapacity of private contractors who viewed Asia as an opportunity to fix Roman debts. Cities petitioned. Poets complained, philosophers lectured governors on justice. Reforms blunted but did not wholly end the worst practices. Yet even here, the Attalid legacy softened the blow. Cities knew how to petition with evidence. They kept records of past remissions and could produce them. They argued not as beggars, but as old partners reminding a new master of established standards. That posture mattered. It won hearings that others elsewhere in the empire could not. The province's experience during the long wars against Mithridates of Pontus tested the Attalid inheritance to the breaking point. Rumors and resentments condensed into catastrophe when violence burst in coastal cities in the year remembered as the Massacre of Asia. The memory scarred the region, yet the rebuilding that followed drew on Attalid tools, surveys to assess damage, posted schedules to restore courts, coinage to restart markets, and coordinated harbor works to pull trade back into regular channels. Roman generals fought battles. Municipal elites restored daily life using the old Attalid kit. Over time, the province became one of Rome's most prosperous and literate regions. That prosperity rested on what the Attalids had long understood. Predictability makes risk acceptable, and acceptable risk grows enterprise. By the early empire, Asia's cities were famous for their festivals, their theater competitions, their libraries, and their courts. Travelers from Italy remarked, sometimes with envy, that civic life felt richer in these Greek towns than in many communities closer to the capital. Pergamon, without a crown, still stood among the foremost of them, teaching by example that the art of governing is the art of keeping promises across seasons. The Attalid way left marks felt even in small things. Provincial manumission records followed Attalid forms. Boundary stones echoed Attalid phrasing. Honorary decrees praised governors for virtues in Attalid order, justice first, then generosity, then piety. The vocabulary of rule had outlived the rulers. When emperors later toured the East, they encountered a province that expected punctuality, clarity, and visible respect for civic pride. Those expectations did not always bind imperial hands, but they constrained imperial imagination. Asia was not a blank slate to be written on at whim. It was a palimpsest with Attalid letters beneath the fresh ink. What then remains of the Attalids in the long view? Not territory. They left that to others. Not a line of heirs. They chose a will over a war and closed their house. What remains are methods. Turn silver into schedules, schedules into trust, trust into leverage. Let sanctuaries and courts support one another so that piety channels politics into lawful forms. Build in stone what you intend to teach. Keep coins honest, letters exact, and roads repaired. These maxims outlived their authors because they made the lives of neighbors better in ways that could be felt in the soles of feet and the weight of purses. The Attalids also bequeathed a caution. Systems shaped by attention can survive a while without attention. They cannot thrive. The final Attalid's inward turn reminds us that good institutions are not self-winding clocks. They need listeners in capital halls, envoys on rough roads, and magistrates with patience for the second hour of a long council. When the Attalid voice fell silent, Rome could speak, and often spoke well. But the tone was different. A city that had been author became archive, then host, then memory. Walk the Acropolis today, and the story still plays in order. A calm precinct, a climb of steps, a band of gods straining against giants, a quieter inner tale of Telephus healed and founding. Down the slopes, the line of stoas and streets repeats the language the kings taught their people. Clarity, rhythm, measure. Across the province that once was their realm, charters, milestones, and temple steps whisper the same. The Attalid Empire did not end when it left a crown in a will. It ended when its methods ceased to be tended as a family art. Yet those methods lived on in Roman hands, long enough to shape the very idea of a well-run province. This is the final weight of their legacy. In an age of grand claims and fragile states, a small house on a hill proved that power can be built from timetables and trust, and that such power can survive its authors if others decide to copy the craft. Pergamon taught that lesson with coins, with courts, with bricks and beams, and with a library that insisted words matter. The empire of the Attalids became a province of Rome, but the province of Rome bore the fingerprints of the Attalids for generations. The fingerprints of the Attalids for generations.